I believe so. We are live.
Okay, I see it is 2 o'clock. I'd like to call this special city council workshop of June 30th, 2021. We start these meetings now at 2 o'clock. I am Mayor Bob Severance. We will be doing a roll call here in a few minutes for our council. Due to COVID-19, there is no physical meeting location per Washington Proclamation 20-28. Today's meeting may be viewed live via YouTube and replayed on cable channel 10. In addition, the public may call 623-4049-000 and enter the meeting ID number, and that number is 149-766-1467 to listen to the meeting live. This is for audio only. Council members and city staff are participating via teleconference. Guests that are included in staff presentations, if any, will be excused from the Ring Central meeting at the conclusion of the agenda item as appropriate. As we have an item for action on today's agenda, I will ask our city clerk to do a roll call at this time. Julie?
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor Pro Tem Munns.
Present.
Councilmember Heisen.
Present.
Councilmember Mack.
Present.
Councilmember Servadius.
Present.
Councilmember Wassinger.
Present.
Councilmember Goebel.
Present.
Councilmember Wiesner.
Present.
Mayor, all city council members are present.
Fabulous, thank you. So our first item on the agenda today is an executive session. At this time, the council will move into executive session to consider the acquisition of real estate by lease or purchase when public knowledge regarding such consideration would cause a likelihood of increased price for RCW 40.30.110 Section 1, Paragraph B, and to discuss with legal counsel litigation or potential litigation for that same RCW 42.30.110 Section 1, and I believe that's also Paragraph I, with possible action to follow upon return to the open session. Our anticipated duration for this executive session is 35 minutes. Executive sessions are not open to the public, so we'll go in and then come back to our regular meeting, hopefully in 35 minutes. So.
All right, we have some logistics. You can, Sarah?
Yes. I will be moving people join now.
Okay.
You have to speak up, Sarah.
All right. Yep.
My apologies. We'll be moving people now and we will let you know as soon as the session is ready.
You ready?
We are live.
Okay, I'd like to reconvene the special city council workshop for the Oak Harbor City Council. It is June 30th. We have in executive session. Now we'll go back into regular session. It's 2:38. I'd like to turn to our city attorney, Grant Weed, briefly now.
Thank you, Mayor. In connection with the closeout of the city's clean water facility, there were outstanding items that needed to be worked through with the general contractor, Hoffman Construction. And that's the subject of the action item that is before the council this afternoon, which is to approve a settlement agreement and release with Hoffman Construction, which essentially closes out the project. So in front of you is a recommended possible action for council's consideration.
Okay, so I'll turn to Mayor Pro Tem.
One second, please.
There you go.
Trying to make sure everything's done. I would like to make the motion, please.
Great.
In order to effectuate the closeout of this project, motion to authorize mayor to sign settlement agreement and release with Hoffman Construction Company of Washington related to the Oak Harbor Clean Water project.
Second.
So we have a motion and a second. And that motion is to authorize the mayor to sign settlement agreement and release with Hoffman Construction Company of Washington related to the Oak Harbor Clean Water Facility project. That motion was made by Mayor Pro Tem Munns and seconded by Councilor Servadius. Any other input or questions? Seeing none, all in favor, please raise your hand. So Sarah, I'm going to rely on you.
It looks unanimous, Mayor.
Oh, it is unanimous. Okay, that passes unanimously. Thank you. I can't see those hands from my desk here, so I need all the help I can get on that part, I guess. So thank you for that work. Now we will go to we usually do not have actual citizen comments at a workshop meeting, but we have received a number of comments, most of which are related to a topic that is listed later on our agenda. So I think at this time, Sarah, you have those all of the comments that we have received for us to read.
Yes, Mayor, I'll have those up on the screen momentarily.
Okay.
That concludes all the public comments.
Okay, thank you, Sarah, for that. We will now then move on to our first action item, actually. Public hearing continued from our June 1st meeting, Resolution 21-16, adopting amendments to the Shoreline Master Program. And I think we have our senior planner, Dennis Lefebvre. Dennis?
Yes, you do, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. Good afternoon, council members. As you remember, June 1st, we opened the public hearing on the Shoreline Master Program periodic review. And we continued it to today to respond to Councilor Servatius's question regarding one of the proposed amendments that we were looking to add to the document. As part of your packet, I put together the attachment 1 is the full revised Shoreline Master Program with all of the amendments at this point. Attachment 2 is a summary of the recommended and required Department of Ecology changes. I only included just the pages that were amended. And then attachment 3 is the revised resolution to reflect the continued hearing and additional discussion that we are having today. I am going to share my screen for a brief PowerPoint presentation. And this will be very quick. As I mentioned, on June 1st, we identified a series of recommended and required Department of Ecology revisions to the Shoreline Master Program. As part of those required revisions, we were asked to remove the public agency and utility exception, which was included as part of our reference to our critical areas ordinance. And the question was raised by Councilor Servatius whether it pertained to the use of Friends Marsh East Ditch for the stormwater conveyance. We talked about a meeting briefly that had occurred, a fairly large meeting with Department of Ecology and city staff and other interested parties that occurred late in 2019. And the decision by Ecology after that meeting in review of the East Ditch and the stormwater ramifications that provides for us did determine that that ditch is flow control exempt. What it does do for us is it maintains that ditch as a stormwater conveyance mechanism. And by removal, after that meeting, I had a conversation with our ecology shoreline planner and discussed this with her. And we talked about the flow control exempt status of the East Ditch. We also talked about the stipulation of the public agency and utility exception. And it was determined that it would not, by removal of the public agency and utility exception in the SMP, it would not impact the flow control exempt status of the East Ditch, nor would it preclude any of the future ditch maintenance that would be required to continue that as a stormwater conveyance ditch. I think this answers the question that Councilor Servatius has, but I certainly would welcome any further discussion or any additional questions that the council may have. I do believe that was the only question that was outstanding, and I appreciate the time allowed staff to research this and make sure that the response that is given is accurate. So I'd be happy to answer any additional questions. Obviously, we would, upon moving forward, we would close the public hearing, and I have a recommended motion as part of the screen. So with that, I'll open it up for any questions that the council may have on this.
Thank you, Dennis. Before we do that, I want to verify with our clerk that we've received no public comment on this item.
That's correct, Mayor. We did not receive any public comment on this item.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Servatius.
Thank you, Mr. Lefevre. I appreciate the follow-up and just the checking on those items. But it did get me thinking as I drove down there the other day on the other end of Pioneer, thinking about our shoreline master plan. I saw a digger down there, and I'm not sure if they were doing soil samples or what was going on, an excavator. So I guess, can you put me at ease that there's nothing else in here that's, is there anything in here, I guess, that is prescriptive? That's one of our last big chunks of commercial real estate on that end of town down by Alfie's to be developed. And I want to make sure there's nothing burdensome or overly prescriptive in here that would preclude any plans that might be occurring, or I don't know if there's even a, an application or pre-app for whatever's going on, but just want to make sure that we're not slamming the door on some development right before it would occur down there on one of our last large sections of commercial property.
No, I can definitely put your mind at ease there. I did research both the proposed SMP and also the current SMP that was done in 2013. And it lays out the groundwork to have that parcel developed consistent with the zoning.
Let's go outside.
The shoreline will not impact the development along there because the street there basically really hampers the jurisdiction for the SMP. So we are good to go on that parcel.
Okay, thank you. I'll pause, Mayor. I don't see any more hands, but I'm happy to close the public hearing and make the recommended motion to keep things moving along.
Great. I don't see any hands either, so I would agree that we'll close the public hearing at this time. And then I'll turn back to you, Councilor Servatius.
Okay, if you don't need a formal motion to close public hearing, then if we don't need that, if we do, Mr. Weed, interrupt me. I'll speak slowly. If not, I move to adopt resolution number 21-16, adopting the amendments to the City of Oak Harbor Shoreline Master Program.
Second.
So we do have a motion and a second that reads exactly like the recommended action. And that motion was made by Councilor Servatius and seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Munns. All in favor, please signify by raising your hand. And Blaine, you can help me.
That's a yes, I from Councilmember Wassinger. Thanks.
Okay.
I think Julie could do the tally.
Yes, Mayor, that is unanimous.
Okay, that passes unanimously. Thank you, Council.
Thank you, Council.
And we did get that public meeting closed properly, it sounds like, so we'll move on to our next item. I'm going to pull this item from the agenda due to recent communication that the city received from City Attorney Grant Weed, and tell you that I am negotiating with the grant, and we're talking about at least through the end of the year at this time, but we are negotiating. I will bring back something to council at a future council meeting. So with that, we'll move on to development services, Harbor Heights overview. And today we have with us our senior planner, Kat Kamak. Welcome, Kat.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, members of the City Council, Kat Kamak, senior planner. I have a short presentation for the council. And I'm going to share my screen to share a few slides. Hopefully this will work. All right, can you see the slides? All right, thank you. So what we'd like to do today is just to share the project overview, kind of where we are with the project, and also discuss the status of some of the discussions that are ongoing at this time, and then also kind of look forward to what the next steps in this project is. So this is kind of hopefully will give us a bigger picture, able to discuss the project, stepping back and kind of identifying some some things and challenges moving forward, and things that we'd have to make decisions on. So I'll start there, and to just kind of give an overview of the project. I'm just going to go back to all the way to the grant application. We applied for the grant in 2018 and purchased the land in 2019. And it's kind of strange looking back in the history. We applied for the grant even prior to purchasing the property, because I think the idea was to try and time those to the point where we can at least save some steps and try to get the development of the park as soon as we had the opportunity to buy it. But the grant acceptance was in 2019, I think, after the purchase, and once we knew that we could move on that. And that led to the consultant, hiring the consultants in 2020. And then we got the consultants started working on the master plan, and that takes community input and so on. And we're working during the COVID times here. There were some meetings with the leagues, and then there were some other things that the consultants, agencies that they reached out to collect information to start the project. Some of the other steps were somehow needed to be done in a linear fashion, and that is land use change. It was zoned industrial. We couldn't get to any development permits or anything till we got through some of these changes, and the zoning change was also necessary to get us to the permit. So this is all kind of, it took its time because we have a process for all of that. And after hiring the consultant and through all of the work that they did, the master plan was the one that resulted with a couple concepts that went through all the public review process. And that happened in 2021 as some of the zoning changes were actually occurring. And currently we are at phase 1. So that's just a very broad overview. So the status currently, phase 1 design, as the city council has given direction to staff to go ahead with phase 1 of the concept 2 that was selected. And I'll go over some of those in a little bit in my next slide, or in a couple slides. So we've given direction to the consultant to start thinking about the design. However, we do have to think about some of the surrounding aspects of the site, and having to do some additional work. So we'd have to review some of the scope. So for example, the Gun Club Road, to access the property via Gun Club Road, there's some extra work that needs to be done. That was not part of the original contract with the consultant. So we have to look at an amendment to look at that. But before we do that, we do want to meet with the county and determine what are all the requirements that would be necessary to access the project through Gun Club. And so once we know the requirements, then we can amend the scope to make sure we can cover all the information that's necessary for that permit. At the same time, we can also talk about the design of the project, and if there are any changes related to that, the scope will have to be amended for the contract for the consultant to work on that. And any other improvements that we see are necessary beyond the scope of the grant that just talks about the 2 soccer fields and 50 parking spaces. Anything beyond that would be a scope amendment to the contract. Some of the things that we are working on as next steps, meeting with Highland County to determine the permit requirements. Just to inform you, we already did have 1 meeting, shared some information, a lot of questions. So we're going to have a follow-up meeting after the holidays, and hopefully we'll get more information to shape up our permit requirements. And then we'll have to come to the city council to consider all these changes, because they would involve some sort of dollar or budget amendment to consider them. Therefore, they will all be coming, and that's kind of what we want to share with you to look forward in terms of decision making in terms of for the consultant contract related to Gun Club Road, some of the tasks that would be necessary to consider that. Design alternatives, so we'll have easements, design, if any, if Gun Club Road is designed to be improved to a certain lane width, or some shoulders need to be created, we have to design that. We don't know if the Island County, we don't know yet if Island County is going to require a transportation concurrency. We don't know the scope of what they would ask there. We just know that that's part of their requirement. And then the cost estimates related to all of these. And then design alternatives, I think council mentioned the desire to have more than 50 spaces. The citizens also requested that. We can definitely consider that. But these are all extra things that need to be considered in the design. If you add more space to this, it adds to stormwater, it adds to clearing. So there's all these activities that do amend or change the scope, and these all have to be considered. So all these decisions will have to come to the city council for your decision. So that is some of the next steps coming forward. I have a slide here with the concept 2 that the city council chose in April. So when we did get all the concepts and we returned it to the consultant, there were comments received from the public. There was the council's choice, and there was also like review comments from the city in terms of regulations and stuff. And all of those were forwarded to the consultant to incorporate into the design. And part of their contract was to develop a concept that incorporates all of that. So we got this not too long ago, maybe at the end of last week, a submittal which we'll share with the city council. Definitely just came at the very end, and I thought I'll add it in my presentation and share with you. You can see they just added the trees and things. They made some minor changes, maybe looking at more data in terms of shifting, I think, maybe one row of parking more to the south. But mostly the idea is to keep that phase 1 soccer field and access to Gun Club Road. So they provided a new exhibit, which again came too late to share with you in the packet. So I'm just sharing this with you, and we'll share it with the council moving forward. I just wanted to give you a preview of that one. So some of these will come forward to the city council in the next steps. So that is just kind of like an overview we thought we'll share with city council. Hopefully we can provide you with updates like this so that you have an overview of what we're thinking and what we're trying to accomplish and how fast we're trying to accomplish it, and the challenges we face with that. So that's kind of what we have going on. Like I said, these are the next steps that we'll have to consider, and we are working in the background with the consultants and the county to try and determine what these parameters are so that we can come to the council with more information for your decision. So with that, I will open it up for questions, comments, thoughts, and this is a workshop, so we can have a discussion, and we'll take your comments and moving forward on this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Kat. Mayor Pro Tem Munz.
Thank you, Mayor. Kat,
Yes.
you were showing the 2 parking lots on either side of the first 2 soccer fields that are to be built. Is there a drivable road that connects the parking lot off of Gun Club Road to the parking lot down below?
Currently, there are no roads or anything. There's nothing out there. It's all trees. So, but in this concept, in the design, yes, there is a road on the right side, that will eventually connect to the south. And
But
that was
not-
all. Go ahead.
But that is not for this first phase. It's just the soccer fields and to have at least 50 parking spots to meet the grant's request for that park, correct?
That is the current scope. That's what all the contract and everything is designed around, that grant, to just provide the 2 soccer fields and the 50 spaces. So the scope is designed around that. Now, I know the city wants to build a little more than that. So we just have to determine how much more and what it costs.
Okay, so with you saying adding a row of parking, but it's not taking away a row of parking from the upper lot, which would be our first parking lot?
Yeah, I think it's just shifting parking. I think it's shifting, you know, if you look at this concept, I think they showed a larger parking here, and I think they just showed 2 rows. If you look at this concept, and we questioned the stormwater capacity because this is the lowest end of the site, the southeast corner. So I have a feeling they need more space for stormwater, or some they may need that. So anyway, this concept shows that shift. So it's not reducing parking, it's just a shift.
Well, if we only have Gun Club Road is our main entrance to get in there, and the other road from Ewa is not built, then I don't understand how people can park at the lower lot unless I missed something.
No, I'm just, we're not building anything in the lower lot at all at this time with phase 1. I'm sorry to add the confusion. I think I was just talking about the difference between going from the concept 2 that council saw in April. The consultant has taken all of the comments that provided by the public, including the comments made based on our regulations, and generated a workable concept that they think incorporates the comments from everybody. And when they pull that in, I think they showed some of the landscape. They also have actually, let me actually share with you the actual exhibit, and I will, my apologies for not sharing this with you earlier because it just came really late after the council packet had gone out. So I'm showing you information that is just like hot off the press, really. I put this in the slide just to kind of squeeze that in. I'll share my screen with the PDF that they sent so you have a better idea.
Well, I really appreciate you showing it earlier than later, even though you couldn't have a copy for everybody. I think that helps everyone a lot. So thank you.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You know, I would like to bring this forward. You know, the part of the consultant's contract was to generate like a final, nice looking version of the design, and so that's what they did, taking everybody's comment in, and so they kind of put a city approval date, which we can bring it forward to the council to formally get approved. So I hope you can see that PDF, right? You can see that PDF. Are you still seeing my slideshow, or can you see the
Yes,
PDF?
yes, I can see it, and I see in the top with the added landscape, it's 170 parking spots.
Yes, 170 parking spots. Yep.
And the bottom would be 180. So that's a nice mix.
Yes. So they spread it out. So in this exhibit, they also, one of the comments, or some of the survey comments, talked about not having a basketball court or not having other facilities. It was mainly on the field side. And so they have actually provided a couple options to consider. And because this is a concept plan, this all comes later. We're focusing on phase 1 right now. So they provided a couple options. So they have some dotted lines here to incorporate different configurations if we so choose to in the future. So if we wanted a couple football fields instead of a soccer field, we can accommodate that. If you wanted youth soccer, you could do that. If you wanted some basketball courts or tennis courts or play fields, then there's a recommendation to see if you want to replace a couple soccer fields with that. So they've taken the comments and kind of put it all into some options and packages, which we hope to bring forward to City Council, maybe as the, like the more updated concept for this, for the plan. So.
Okay, and it's one more question. So where is the money going to be pulled from to pay for the traffic study?
I didn't hear the last part. Money.
Where is the money going to be pulled from to pay for the traffic study?
For the extra stuff, you mean? Then this.
No, the traffic study that was done that we didn't know about afterwards, that wasn't approved by council, by the budget, but we felt like it needed to be paid. And I believe Mr. Oborn suggested there was another fund that they could use to pay for that traffic study.
Gotcha.
Just because, do you happen to know, or someone on staff might be able to answer that?
I think Mr. Oborn has answer for that one.
Yeah,
Okay,
I think the city engineer is not here today, so I'm covering for him. But in the presentation, when that question was answered, he said that we would take it out of savings on other items in the contract to keep the contract at the approved amount.
Okay. Just wanting to know. Thank you.
Thank you, Blaine.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilor Wiesner.
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks for the presentation, CAC. So let's talk about Gun Club Road, because it sounds like, obviously what we've done here is I guess for lack of better terms, is we're moving that up to the front of the line, because I don't think anybody in anticipation of purchasing this 75-acre regional park pictured that the only access long-term or for any term was going to be through a residential neighborhood. I think everybody pictured that at some point in time, we're going to be going up Gun Club Road, and I think that was everybody's assumption, obviously directing, a large amount of traffic, after a regional event through the neighborhood isn't going to make sense. So, and I get the people's concern, from the Elwha area, for that regional type event, and having, we've got 350 parking spots, right? Having 350 cars leave that event at once. And I get the thought that we're just doing the soccer field at first. We're not doing the big regional facility and that access could go through Elwha. But with all that said, eventually we've got to develop Gun Club Road. And so I just want to understand, is there, anything out there in the future? Is there anything that says if we were to not develop Gun Club Road now during this phase one of this, that it's going to be easier, cheaper, faster, or anything different than what we're going to have to go through now?
Well, taking access via Gun Club Road brings in another agency review. And that is a timeline that we don't have control over as staff. So we can submit permits, and then we have to then just wait for the agency review to happen. So that leaves that unknown in the schedule, not necessarily as a time saver. So in that way, if we are to use any other access, if we were to use the Elwha access, more factors are somewhat manageable. So, and I see Blaine has his hand up, and he probably has additional information.
Yeah, CAC, you can speak to the long-term access of 16th Avenue. See the arrows there, just make sure council's aware of that.
Yes.
On the south end of the property.
Absolutely. Thank you for the reminder. So we have, the overall, having a regional park like this definitely has traffic impacts. And the more access we have, the better. So 16th Avenue is going to be really critical to bring in to not necessarily have Elwha be a major access. So that would have to get into the capital improvement planning process, and we would have to plan for those improvements, and wait for the opportunity, and try and wait for grant money to do that. However, that we believe will be the major access for this park over time.
So I mean, it sounds to me like we're going to spend a considerable amount of money in the development of a gun club road. I'm assuming we're talking about widening. Are we talking about curb and gutter? Are we talking about sidewalks? I mean, gun club roads in the county, so I would assume that we're not having to do any of that. There's no storm drain there.
Yeah, no, from a county standpoint, they are looking at a rural section. They're not looking at, requiring any curb and gutter or anything like that. I think we're just trying to, at this time, even find out if there's actually enough right-of-way to even accommodate their minimum requirement, because the right-of-way along Gun Club Road is not consistent. It's not parallel. There's some property lines that come and jog. So there's the right-of-way line is not consistent throughout that. So we have to look into all of that to determine the viability of being able to meet their requirements. So there's a lot of unknowns right now, and we need additional information to make those type of decisions.
Well, and I get that, and again, I get the time crunch, right? And I just want to understand, is that the only negative that we're dealing with here is the time crunch? So I guess I want to understand a little bit more about the 16th Avenue and the long-term use of Gun Club Road. Would we be doing these upgrades and stuff for this access? I mean, it's still going to be a permanent access to this park, right?
Yes, the investments that we'll be making on Gun Club roads will be paying off for this initial access as well as the life of the park. I think that will be something that will always be used, not as a primary access, but as secondary access. Go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, so the inevitability is this has to be done. It's going to be done as part of this regional facility. The only issue we have right now is the time constraint concern because of the tie-in that we've got with the grant.
That's correct. Yeah. So the grant schedule is driving a lot of the timing on this project. So, and we're trying to meet that schedule as best as we can. We do have some flexibility with the grant agency to move some of the deadlines that was established when we first got the grant. So we're trying to determine, what permits are required, what are the decisions that need to be made, how long is it going to take, and then get that timeline and then approach the grant agency to say, okay, we're making progress here. These are the challenges. We have to get these permits, which we didn't anticipate from another agency. Therefore, it's taking more time. So we need some change in the schedule to accommodate that. So that is also happening in the background. We're trying to determine that.
And the start of construction of the park is that permit, which is a city issued permit, is that predicated on receiving the permit for the use of Gun Club Road as an access and having all those designs and et cetera done for that?
It will be, because we would want to know for any development that they have access before we grant them a permit. They have a way to get there. So we need to have the county issue the permit before we issue a permit and start construction, because we don't know what can happen on that side. It's like, as predictable as we can say these are the things that we will make it happen. There are a lot of things that do depend on that.
Well, it seems to me as though we have access, it's just underdeveloped access, which we quite frankly commonly see going into parks all around the state. I can probably name off a few dozen that you're driving down a gravel road or, you know, some fairly primitive road back into the park. So it's not like we don't have access and that we don't have other ways for city controlled access as the park expands. So, you know, I certainly get I certainly get the thought process there, right? You don't want to build a park without making sure 100% that you got a way to get to it. I totally get that, but we do have access, don't we? It's just a primitive access.
It is, and it is about meeting requirements, right? I mean, that's what it is. You know, we have a set of requirements we have to meet with every development. We require developers to do that, and so it's just the respect for the code and the regulations is mainly part of what we're trying to do. Yes, we do have access. The road is already there, but we are doing a development of a park, so we have to obtain the permits required in order to develop it.
And that county access permit predicates the city issuing the permit to itself for development of the park.
Well, it's not directly related in that way. It doesn't say it in that way, but we typically or logically doesn't make sense for the city to issue a development permit prior to access being granted for a parcel, which is in this case another agency. So when another agency is involved, I think the sequence of events is that that agency that's the larger agency that's reviewing it first issue their permits prior to us going. Now, if we had secondary access, we don't have to worry about that. But since this is the primary access we're relying on, we do have to do that. Now, we will review the permits, we'll look at all of that will happen, right? It's just issuing and starting the construction of the permit. We'll have to wait for that.
Okay, and the grant funds are for completion of the installation, right? Not the actual permitting or the starting of the project?
That is correct. So within the grant schedule, there is a obtained permit by date. And so we are trying to work with the schedule on the date. So we will have to amend that date. And so we are trying to find out all the things we need to do to get to the permit so we can give them a more realistic date.
Okay, and to make sure I'm properly thinking through the LWA neighborhood concerns, that LWA access is planned to go in at some point as a secondary access point. So for the purpose of the grant, could it be considered that as a plan B, timing wise, if we weren't able to get the permit from the county and in order for the city to issue the permit in time in order to start construction? Could construction begin with the use of that LWA access while continuing to move forward with the gun club permit issuance?
Well, it seems to make logical sense, but there's a lot of logistics that go into having secondary plans, right? We have to create designs, we have to approve those. All of those are also permits that need to be reviewed. And if these are design options that the consultant needs to consider, then that's also an amendment to the contract. You know, so anytime we have options and things that we're going, we have to design the drawings for those. So that's also an extra cost.
But aren't we doing design drawings for LWA access at some point? It's just a different order or something?
Right now we can only do detailed design we have the scope to do phase 1, which is soccer fields and 50 parking spaces. That's our design scope right now. Even gun club is not in the design scope. So if we want to add LWA, then that's also a design scope amendment. We have to design it, we have to do the topos, we have to do all of that. And then we have to review it like a regular permit. That's when we'll have that option B to go to.
So
So,
ultimately, the risk we run with this whole gun club thing is a timing issue that we find ourselves not getting the permit issued in time by the other agency. Therefore, we can't issue the permit to start construction of the park. And therefore, we may not find ourselves having the park done in time for the current grant. And then the risk we have from that is going back to them with all this explanation and them saying, no, that's it. We're not going to give you extra time.
Potentially, yes.
And
And we hope that it won't get there. I mean, trust me, we'll do everything possible. And because it's not our intent, we don't want to do all this work for nothing, right? So it's our intent to not get there. We're going to use as much as we can information-wise to amend our schedule and make sure we can build this project. But if it comes down to trying to get extensions, we will do that as well. I mean, that's our.
And is it practical to think that extensions would be granted? I mean, in a normal circumstance?
Showing progress has indicated, that's what they say, if you show progress.
Hey, CAC.
All right.
yeah, I'm going to jump in here too. Yeah. So Don's got his hand up. Hopefully,
Yes, sir.
Ask a question here.
Not a question, a comment. I am been working on several things. One of them is to get formality. I've had conversations with the grant, the grantee, and we were told, and I've been told tentatively several times and been assured that if we're making forward progress and we give them enough notice and and as it's been explained to me over the phone, that 6 months before everything is due, we can file for an extension. So what I'm in the process of doing right now, and we'll make some significant headway and can report back next week, is some kind of written document that says if you follow these steps and this is the progress you've made, you can expect to get an extension. Their concern, the grantee's concern, is more about making progress. And so if we're making progress and we're communicating appropriately at the appropriate times, they didn't seem to be, and this is all on the phone, that we would be okay if we got to a point 6 months before the end of the term to file an extension. And it seemed, based on that conversation, that it could be, a good amount of time. So that's on my shoulders to get done, and I'm hoping in the next week, barring getting access to people during the kind of the holiday season, but get something in writing that stipulates that specifically, just to make sure we've got that clarification in writing.
Okay.
Great. Thanks for that, Don. I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
So Councilor Servadius?
Thank you. I think I'll just dovetail off Councilmember Wiesner and not try and repeat, but we're sharing a lot of the same thoughts on that subject, Mr. Wiesner. I guess I'm looking back and trying to figure out, I understand we have to add scope amendments as we go along and the project develops, but I'm reflecting back. I remember talking to Jim Bridges while he was here, and that was, I don't even know, I think he gave his resignation in January and his last day was the end of February. But I remember, because we talked about this at Parks Board, Gun Club Road being the primary access. And I'm just curious that was never included, there was no scope included for that when it was, it's been through several rounds of Parks Board. I don't know if Planning Commission had any fingertips in this one at all. But you're saying there's no scope for them to look at any improvements on Gun Club Road right now, Mr. Kamak?
That is correct. I don't know how many contract amendments were done to the DEA contract, but the contract was originally crafted with those 2 soccer field and 50 spaces because that's what they got the grant for. And so the scope was basically kind of tailored around that grant and the requirements of that. So anything that gets added to it just becomes an amendment.
Okay, and that's fair then, I guess, if that's where we're at. So just kind of, I think, reiterating what Mr. Wiesner was pressing, there's a lot of, in your discussion, your language, a lot of have-tos and must-tos, or must-dos and have-tos. And I just want to make sure that we really have to and must do a lot of those things. I think, you know, we're obviously going to build a couple of ball fields here and at least 50 parking spots. And if you're saying it's gospel that we have to have another agency's blessing and permits approved before we can approve our own, I have to take your word for that. But it just seems like those two things could be happening simultaneously, and we might need to kind of pick the ball up here if we've had these discussions. At least I know with the Parks Board, we've had them since January, February, somewhere back there, it seems like. Also, I don't want to do rework. If we are improving, and I'm looking at the center of the screen there, that 170 spaces, sure, let's look at whatever needs done, stormwater, et cetera. But we could also just put in the 50 spots and call the rest of it a grass field right now that people can have a picnic on, or maybe they park there if we need some extra space. I mean, we're going to need extra space. But let's not get carried away and over-engineer it to the detriment of holding up the grant and the project. Eventually, yes, it obviously needs engineered if we know that's kind of a finalized look that we're going to have a main parking spot right in the middle. But I would just hate to see us belabor this thing and somehow need or possibly miss a grant extension or not get it because we over-engineered this thing. And I'm not saying I want to shortchange engineering, but I'm also saying we could call it just a grass field for right now if there's some overflow. The only other comment I had is, in all of this, speaking of stormwater, where are we doing any stormwater retention as I look at this revised exhibit? It seems like that's a hot topic for everything we do. And I know there's a wetland up in the top left and maybe a little something with the water tower in the top right, but what have we got planned for stormwater retention or mediating any of those needs?
I wish Alex were here to to answer that question. It's a very engineering question, but I think from my reading of the material, at least for phase one, I think they're just looking at a forest dispersion type runoff. So I think it'll come phase by phase.
Hey, Tag.
Yes. Oh, Don.
That's 100% of what that is. For the first phase, it's forest dispersion. We have to, in later phases, if you go to the bottom left-hand corner where those two soccer fields are, in earlier editions of the plan, the master plan, there was wetland there, and the pressing for more fields, that was where the wetland kind of disappeared in favor of those fields. So we are going to have to come back and engineer that in somehow or another in later phases. But for the first phase or two, we've got enough forest area that we can diffuse the water, surface water, and we should be fine. And I think that was a consensus amongst several of us staff members. So in the early going, a lot along the lines of what you were saying, Mr. Svadius, there's a lot of things that we can get away with in this first phase. The stormwater diversion would be one of them.
Okay, that's all my comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Servades. Mayor Pro Tem Munn.
Thank you, Mayor. I hope I'm not somebody else out, but I've already had a chance to talk. Mr. Kamak, can I bring a smiling face to your office or get Mr. Cool to do some cheerleaders? Your whole presentation, yes, I know you're being very accurate and you're that type of person, but you sound so pessimistic that it sounds like we're not going to get anything from the county. You know, I'd be willing to go down there and sit on that permit desk, but I thought everybody was excited about this, and I see no excitement. I'm sorry, but you know, we're a team. Everybody pitches in together, and I will gladly bring you a smiley face if that would kind of get you pepped up or feeling better about this. Yes, I know there are obstacles, but you go forward and you do your job. And I agree with, I don't know if it was Councilman Wiesner or Servadius that said, Why can't we work on city permits as we work on counties? Why do we have to wait till their side? I mean, the work's going to have to be done. And yes, there are times that we do some work that falls through. But I'm sorry, I just don't understand your pessimism to this. Maybe someone else should be doing this work instead of you. I don't know. Sorry, but I will come be your cheerleader if you need that. Just let me know. I'll bring you coffee. I'll bring you double shots, whatever it is to get going here. Thank you.
Actually, I'm not trying to sound pessimistic. I'm trying to be a little more realistic, I guess. Maybe it comes across in that way. However, I'm not saying that we won't review permits. I mean, I think I've showed the schedule. We are trying to do reviews simultaneously. When permit drawings get ready, the city will be reviewing the drawings the same time the county is reviewing. We're not going to wait till the county reviews their permit and issue it before we review it. That's not that's what I'm saying. I think just that the permits will have to come one after the other. However, we do plan to review it. We, as Mr. Sebadius has alluded, we have been discussing this project with the park board and with the city council almost every meeting or every month. So this is something that we are continuously discussing, and that's what it takes for some of these projects to move forward. So in our review, we are doing the review. We're not saying it happens linearly. We will have the review done, and we will have our permits ready. It's just that the county has to issue them first before we issue ours.
Okay, well, that's a much better picture than what you were saying before. So thank you. I appreciate more explanation for it. I still may bring you that smiley face poster when you feel like it's not going your way. But it just, I kept sitting here like I got lower and lower in my chair because it's like, well, you know, this isn't and this isn't. And I'm just going, wait a minute here. We are supposed to be, yay, hooray, we got the grant. We're going to get this done. So thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
Yes, and I'd like to make one clarification. I am not saying that the county is inefficient or unpredictable. They have been really great to work with. They have been very helpful. We just know that permits just going through a process takes some time as it goes through reviews or requirements. When they look at it as per code, there are certain things that come out when you're in the permit review process that's unpredictable a little bit. We face that when we review permits. It's not always crystal clear. So, but county has been very helpful. They're very expedient. They get back to us as soon as they can. So we have no complaints against the county, and I want to make that clear. It's just, I'm talking about just really permitting involves some time with everything. There's a process they follow. And so we just have to like go with the steps is what I'm saying.
Councillor Mack?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Excuse me. CAC, you kind of answered a little bit of that in your tail end there. So how was the meeting with the county? Are they on board? Do they like the idea? Are they looking at that it's going to be extra work? Are they willing to expedite this a little bit? I mean, what was the demeanor of the conversation?
Yeah, no, they were open to the idea. They're not against it. They're not trying to be slow. They are just saying that, okay, you know, we'll ask all the questions, find out what the requirements are, because we asked them a lot of questions in terms of what will your requirement be? Would you, you know, what are the submittals that we need to have? To what detail do you want information? So these are things that they're going to go and compile for us and let us know. So the meeting was very open, very cordial, and they're willing to work with us. They are unable to tell us, they gave us somewhat of a timeline on what a normal right-of-way permit or an access permit takes. And they said they will accommodate that within that time or less if they can. So they're very willing to work with us. So they haven't given us any doubts on whether they're willing to work with us or not. I'm just being realistic about saying, okay, if we submit for a permit, it goes through the process and it takes a few steps and we have to just go with that.
Well, okay, I understand. You know, no disrespect against anybody, but this is their park too. I mean, everybody in the county is going to use this. And so I hope someone's on the county there that realizes that
Councilor Wiesner?
Thank you, Mayor. And just, I guess, one other thought along that lines, and it certainly is going to be a park that's going to benefit both the city and the county. And with it being a regional facility, you know, there's some economic development element here. And so I guess I'm just thinking the next step forward is you know, figuring out how we're going to fund this, right? It's not currently in the CIP. You know, so, you know, certainly I would like to think that staff and the mayor, you know, maybe already planning to seed about 0.09 funds for the development of this road. I think it qualifies through the economic development side of things, you know, and obviously it's in the county, and you know, it's a county road that will be improving to serve this regional park. So hopefully, as we're moving through those discussions with the county, we can, you know, plant that seed and figure out a way to work together to help fund it.
Well said. Thank you, Councilor Wiesner. Okay, with that, we'll move on to, and thank you, CAC, again. We'll move on to our next item, which is American Rescue Plan Funds Update. And we have our Finance Director, David Goldman.
All right, let's get started. What is this one? Okay. All right, this is an overview of the American Rescue Plan guidelines. So the American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA, was signed into law on March 11th, 2021. The ARPA provided 1.9 trillion in funding for various areas of the nation's economy. 350 billion of that funding was provided to aid state and local governments. Of that funding, just under 20 billion was allocated to cities like us with a population of less than 50,000 folks, otherwise known in all the guideline documents as non-entitlement units. Oak Harbor's allocation of that 20 billion is $6,578,122. This is an overview of the $1.9 trillion American Rescue Plan Act. The item we're going to talk about today are the guidelines referring to the state and local fiscal recovery funds, like I mentioned in the previous slide. But it also contains help for individuals, such as the stimulus checks, expanded unemployment benefits, tax credits. There's some things directly related to COVID. For businesses, they have small business support, more money for small businesses. If you're a restaurant, you can also tap into the restaurants. If you're a farm, you can tap into agriculture, and there's other pots of money as well. So the interim final rule, or the guidelines for the ARPA, were released on May 10th. The guidelines outline the areas where funds can be applied towards and areas that are restricted. In general, the funding is less restrictive than the CARES Act funding that was released last year. So there are 5 general areas of eligible uses, and I'll go over the first one. The first one is the most flexible area. It's this revenue loss calculation. So basically, in the guidelines, they provide steps to follow in order to figure out what your revenue loss calculation was due to the pandemic. There are some questions that I have and other cities throughout the country have regarding those guidelines. So we're going to be submitting, people have submitted comments. I'll be submitting comments to the U.S. Department of Treasury as well. And we're hoping to get some clarification on those questions that we have so we can properly calculate how much that revenue loss, like what items can be put in the revenue loss calculation. because it's advantageous to get as much money, much of that $6.6 million as possible within this revenue loss calculation, because it's the most flexible money. It can be used for the provision of governmental services, which can be payroll expenses, operating expenses, pay-go capital projects, for example. Now, the 4 other areas are more strict. They're more specific as to what you can use that funding for. Section 2 is very similar to the CARES Act funding. We're talking about public health expenditures, PPE, public communication, direct public health expenditures, capital investment in public facilities to meet pandemic operations needs, such as facility improvements, social distancing things, office space improvements, technology improvements to promote remote work and efficiencies, ERP, website improvements, data, technology infrastructure, and so on, and payroll expenses for public safety, public health, healthcare, human services, or similar employees, as long as those employees are primarily dedicated to responding to the pandemic health emergency. The next section is responding to the negative economic impacts. For households and individuals, we're talking about assistance to unemployed workers. That's something the states usually handle that. Food assistance, rent assistance, mortgage assistance, utility assistance, home repairs, job training. We must demonstrate that the recipient experienced a pandemic-related negative economic impact. However, there is a presumption in the guidelines of a negative economic impact for households that either experienced unemployment, experienced increased food or housing insecurity, or are low to moderate income. And cash transfers in excess of the per person amounts previously provided by the federal government, basically the stimulus checks, are not permissible. Other items that would fall under this are efficacy improvements. That's an exact quote from the guidelines. Efficacy improvements of economic relief programs, such as improvements to data analysis, consumer outreach, improvements to data or technology infrastructure. For small businesses and nonprofits, we were talking about loans or assistance to mitigate financial hardships, such as declines in revenues, support labor costs, employee retention, mortgage, rent, utilities, other operating expenses. Loans or assistance or in-kind assistance to physical plant, which basically means building upgrades to enable social distances or put barriers in or enhance cleaning, technical assistance, counseling, and other services. And a criteria must be developed to assess economic hardship, because they don't want cities, if cities decide to go down this path, to just open it up to everybody, but only open up to the folks who actually were impacted by the pandemic. They also call out aid to impacted industries such as tourism, travel, and hospitality to assist with their safe reopening. Cities must maintain records to support their assessment of how businesses or business districts receiving assistance were affected by the negative economic impacts of the pandemic, and how the aid provided would respond to those impacts. And the final section in the guidelines, final area in the guidelines on this section talks about rehiring local government staff to pre-pandemic levels, basically as of January 27th, 2020. It would cover payroll, covered benefit, and other costs through the end of December 2024. The next section, they're talking about premium pay for essential workers, workers that have a high public contact, such as public health workers, public safety workers, social service, human service, billing clerk staff. It may not be used to supplement existing pay. It must be in addition to their current pay. Up to $13 per hour is allowed, and it cannot exceed $25,000 per worker, and it cannot cause the salary of that person to exceed basically $100,305. And it cannot be retroactive. It has to be going forward. Investments to infrastructure. This is specific infrastructure. Investments to water, sewer, and broadband. With water, improvements to drinking water, building upgrades, upgrading facilities, transmission, distribution, taking the lead out of pipes, so on. Wastewater, stormwater, construction of a publicly owned treatment infrastructure, stormwater, subsurface drinking water, water reuse, secure publicly owned treatment works, and also cybersecurity for water and wastewater infrastructure. And then with broadband, it gets kind of technical here, but it says you can use the money to provide broadband as long as it meets these megabits per second requirements. So the 5 general areas, again, of the eligible uses are the revenue loss calculation, the most flexible, and then you have the public health response, similar to the CARES Act, responding to the negative economic impacts, premium pay for essential workers, and investments to infrastructure. And areas 2 through 5, they'll require us to keep justification records, such as how is the subject where the assistance was provided negatively impacted by the pandemic? How will the project or initiative respond to the impacts? And is there data to support the determination? So here are the restrictions on the use. Assistance or aid to households, individuals, or businesses that did not experience a negative economic impact from the pandemic. Cash transfers grossly in excess of the amount needed to address the negative economic impact. Contributions to rainy day funds, financial reserves, or similar funds. Debt service payments for debt incurred prior to March 3rd, 2021. Satisfaction of any obligation arising under or pursuant to a settlement agreement, judgment, consent decree, or a debt restructuring plan that a judge has decided. You can't use it for match for federal grants. May not use the funds either to directly or indirectly offset a reduction in net tax revenue resulting from a change of law, regulation, or administrative interpretation that reduces any tax or delays the imposition of any tax or tax increase. And this one doesn't apply to us because we're in the state plan, but some cities have their own pension plans, extraordinary deposits into a pension fund. So I've been on a bunch of webinars. I've read a lot of documentation and best practices and guidelines regarding the ARPA. And from a recent ICMA webinar, they recommended that we take our time in deciding how we want to allocate these funds. They don't have to be obligated until the end of December 2024. It's not like the CARES Act where things had to go quickly and we had to make quick decisions. Funds that we've already received, we've already received the first tranche of funds. They can be put in an interest-bearing account and you could earn interest on it, and that interest can be used for general government purposes. Although at our current interest rates, we're talking like $7 a day if we're lucky. So this is also a unique opportunity to avoid federal red tape. NEPA, which is the National Environmental Protection Act, there's certain projects over a certain level or certain types of projects, they have to get state of Washington environmental clearance, but they also have to get national environmental clearance. If these are the only federal funds on a particular project, NEPA clearance will not be required with these funds. And again, Treasury does want our comments, which I will be providing them. So taking a look at some best practice documentation and looking at how other cities decided to kind of phase in the funds, I came up with this plan, and we work with departments and the administration to come up with this plan where we would try to allocate funding in 2 phases. Phase 1 would occur in 2021 through the middle of 2022, would be to set up effective management of these funds and provide funds for an immediate response. And phase 2, which would be in the middle of 2022 to the end of 24, would be to utilize the funds for resilience, innovation, and optimization. So going into the first phase, we broke it up into 2 separate areas: effective management and immediate response. Managing the addition of about $6.6 million over 2 years is a pretty significant undertaking for the city. And there's a lot of federal reporting requirements that come with this kind of funding. There's a wide potential of uses and a myriad of elements in the bill. And there's going to have to be a significant amount of coordination, both within the city and potentially with other agencies, and also with the public. So taking those 2 elements together, and this is all dependent on the kind of programs or initiative the council decides on, we would request that some of these funds be used to bolster accounting and finance support, resident and business outreach support. We'd also have to make sure we do proper intergovernmental outreach, and we'd have to work within ourselves to make sure all the departments are represented and their ideas are put in there, and then they're providing the proper information and backup and forms to ensure that we comply with this program. Because the last thing we want to do is think that we're we're good with the money and we'll go ahead and spend it, but we don't have the proper backup, or we didn't ask for it, and then they end up rejecting our claim and we can't use the funds. So we want to make sure that's kind of set up right ahead. And the second section deals with the immediate response. So I'll just kind of read the agenda bill, because I went into a little more detail on the agenda bill, but the first item I put here is utility billing assistance. And one key community assistance area is recommended for council to consider is, offsetting the recent utility bill rate increases for folks who experienced unemployment in the past year or low to moderate income going forward. This would help with the economic recovery to folks who most likely have or continue to feel, continue to experience the negative economic impacts of the pandemic. Economic recovery, we can possibly fund, the Oak Harbor Chamber of Commerce for a part-time economic development recovery support, economic task force. We can have community focus groups. This will help identify the needs of the business community and the needs of the visiting public and the needs of the residents who live here, as we continue to recover from the pandemic. Funds can also be used to assist small businesses by funding possibly event fees or permit costs, like maybe a farmer's market or a food truck event, to minimize the impacts of reopening and getting the businesses set up again and getting the economy going. We can also focus on opening city programs again, our parks and our senior center, those kind of programs. We can ensure that they have what they need to safely and quickly open back up to the public. Facility improvements, we can use some of the funds to renovate city facilities for, to mitigate for airborne illnesses, to ensure that if this ever happens again, we'll be ready to continue working and everything will be set up so we don't have to kind of send people home and work from home. If we don't have to, we can kind of get everything ready to prevent something like this from happening again, or at least do our best to mitigate that situation. We can continue to ensure that essential employees have personal protective equipment, that they need to be effective in their jobs. And we can also invest in our labor. We can perhaps provide quarterly payments to staff, non-compounding, non-pensionable type payments that don't add to the base to staff. We can provide funds for maybe there's a holiday that other cities or the county gives off that maybe we don't give off. Maybe we can have, like, for this year only, or for as long as this money is available, an extra holiday day off. And we can also use these funds, at least the funds that are captured under the revenue loss category. We can use those for potential cost of living increases or marketing adjustments, health insurance cost share changes, or perhaps enhanced benefits. The next section is really next year into the end of 2024. This would be more along the lines of resilience, innovation, optimization, resilience to make sure that our workforce and our facilities are resilient in case another virus comes around, or in case another emergency occurs. We'd have better resilience in that respect. We also can utilize the funds for innovation and optimization so that we can improve worker productivity. We can take a look at our processes and see what we can do to smooth them out, remove duplicate processes, take a look at processes that maybe we've been doing for years and it made sense at one time, but it doesn't make sense anymore. We can look at automation. There's a lot of things we can do. We can improve customer service. There's a lot of different items we can do in order to further, further our productivity and serve the public and the business community better. So I tried to categorize the different areas of assistance into different groups. So some of these might be in the first phase. Some of these might be in the second phase, but for example, assistance, like I talked about before, assistance with utility bills for folks who have experienced unemployment in the past year or low to moderate income, perhaps assistance to households to mitigate plumbing leaks. We can hire term limited program outreach navigators and accounting help, like an accounting federal funds coordinator to manage programs and ensure compliance with the ARPA funded initiatives. We could coordinate with other governments on economic development. We can fund the Oak Harbor Chamber of Commerce for a part-time economic development recovery support person, economic task force, and community focus group. We can study broadband options for the city. More info on that will be forthcoming in a future meeting. And we can provide assistance for event fees for impacted industries. Staffing, like I mentioned some of these items before, I don't want to rehash this. So I mentioned these before, maybe temporary staffing needs or items for the Wellness Committee. Facility improvements such as the City Hall lobby, we can reimagine that space, and looking at office space improvements to make sure that we're resilient for the next emergency that might come in the future. Facility energy and efficiency improvements. A restroom was brought up for the Public Works Annex. Funds might be able to be used for a clean water facility interpretive center. Capital investments, fire gear and equipment and PPE, extrication tools, and replacement of an inoperable command unit. Perhaps we could look at a generator for City Hall, Police Department, Fire Department. For police, we can look at Polaris Park Patrol vehicles, remote vehicles, equipment and systems for training enhancements, IT enhancements, crime scene equipment, remodeling the police headquarters lobby. We can use the funds for security enhancements. For example, to get into our facilities, we can put key cards in, or we can reinforce our windows, which would also help with energy efficiency. We can invest in IT infrastructure and resources and security. For efficiency and process improvements, we could look at using the funds for an ERP. We can utilize some of these funds for permitting software, time tracking software, and process improvements. We could improve the customer experience and staff efficiencies with the utility billing, business license, and other payments. Look at IT upgrades and enhancements, electronic payment machines, language services. So the final slide is really just to think about these items, these ideas, these brainstorms we came up with, and any other ideas that maybe we didn't mention that we should be talking about, and be prepared to prioritize the items and provide direction to staff and the mayor, keeping in mind the already established city priorities, such as through our comp plan or budget or other documents that we have out there. So we're proposing for phase one, which is that first phase, the setting up the management of this and also the immediate response. Today, we just talked about ideas. We're going to have a discussion and maybe provide staff a little bit of a direction. We'll have a workshop next month. We can bring back some costing for the council so that you get an idea of how much we think that some of these ideas might cost, and also further direction. And in September, we can come back with a budget amendment and then implement the ideas. And then for phase two, we can take a look at November for opening up phase two. So with that, are there any questions, comments, direction you'd like to provide staff?
Councilor Wiesner.
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks for the presentation, David. Very clear and concise. David, just for all of our refresher, can you share with me what our general operating budget is on an annual basis?
The general fund is under $20 million per year, and with all funds, oh boy, you really put me on the spot here.
Well, the general fund was my main point, I guess, right? I mean, the general fund is the per se discretionary money, right, that we have to operate the city with, that we have to do all the things that are outside of the capital improvement funds or the enterprise funds, right?
Yep, and special revenue funds too. Which
but it's the money we operate the city with, and what we're talking about is $6 million, which is roughly 25% of our annual operating budget.
Well, that's over 2 years, so it's 3.3 million a year. Sorry to.
No, we're talking a sizable amount of money, right?
Yes.
I guess the point I'm getting at is first off, I think there's a lot of great ideas in there, but I think there's certainly a lot of more ideas to be discussed. And certainly, I personally think, you know, I would have liked to maybe have been involved, or some of the other council members might like to have been involved in some of these initial discussions of coming up with ideas. Just to say, right? I mean, in the end, I think we're kind of doing this backwards a little bit, right? We should have had a discussion about some ideas and then talked about how those are going to be presented to the rest of council. That's just my 2 cents there. This is an area where we might want some public input on. You know, we're going to talk a little bit later about, you know, some of the public comment we got on another subject, and why I certainly don't know that we need to be running to our citizens to have them, you know, give direction on every decision we make. You know, they have to trust us with, you know, going the right direction. When it comes to some of this stuff, understanding what the community needs and what the needs are out there in the community, I think is going to be an important part of making some of the decisions as to how to use this money. So while I appreciate we've got a 30-minute slot for it today, you know, we have 10 minutes left on our agenda to discuss it, so I'm going to keep my comments short. I think we should have a subcommittee formed of the council to work with staff to sit down and look at the intricacies of the possible uses of this money. I think we have a lot of opportunities out there. There's a lot of things it could be used for, but there's maybe a little bit shorter list of the things it should be used for. And I think there needs to be a fairly long and in-depth discussion on that. You know, when we're establishing our, you know, $20 million budget or our biennial budget, you know, $40 million of the general fund, I mean, we take that process over several months, and there's hours and hours of discussions. In fact, we even can have an all-day workshop on that. And I think this money deserves a similar amount of respect. And I don't know that we're going to be able to do it through, you know, an hour-long council meeting or a, you know, 30-minute workshop discussion. So that would be my 2 cents. I certainly think the city has an opportunity here to do some really good things to help ourselves and our citizens through what we've just gone through. And we also have the opportunity to maybe get some things done that we didn't think we were going to be able to get done for quite some time. And I'd hate to squander that. And I know staff's working real hard on coming up with these ideas, but I think we need to have a little more in-depth council involvement in that discussion at the idea stage. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Wiesner. Councilor Mack.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I too agree with Councilor Wiesner here. I'm kind of making notes and going through everything. That's a good amount of money. There's a lot of responsibility. I see it as the first thing is, okay, what can we do for health and safety for the community? What's going to work best for the community? Let's take all our community in perspective. And like Councilor Wiesner said, what have we not done? What not necessarily do we need to do, but what can we do for the citizens? They've been strapped with their bills, paying our utility rates, paying their fair share taxes, so on and so forth. So again, there's a lot of things out there. It can be spent on a lot of people, but let's deal with our citizens. They're the backbone of the community and always have been. So let's look at all these different things that we can do for the community, not so much in other areas. And but again, lots of good enough time. We can look at different angles and go from there. But Mr. Goldman, thank you for all your time and effort, and the rest of the staff on putting all this together.
Thank you, Councilor Mack. Councilor Servadian.
Also, I'm just going to echo both those commentaries. I concur with pretty much everything Council Members Wiesner and Mack said. A couple of things, you know, like I'm repeating me what Mr. Wiesner said, something that even though we said we can use it for governmental the general governmental purposes, I want to be very careful how that's spent, especially anything that establishes a recurring expense. So step increases, stuff like that. Those are recurring costs. I am interested in, if we can have folks approve that they were negatively impacted due to COVID, economic hardships, and absolutely, let's try and give them some relief. Let's find ways to do that. The other thing that really stood out to me is when you mentioned cybersecurity for water and wastewater, I think is how you listed it. I was thinking of the fiber with Anacortes. It seems like that might be a gift, that there's some money. I know we budgeted money in there to make that project come to fruition, but there's also probably some extra funds here that could accelerate that. And that's a project that you can kill several birds with one stone. Obviously, we improve the security. I guess it's cybersecurity. I don't know how they define that. But with I forget the acronym, but how it's able to listen and the leak detection, we can certainly improve our water security as well as our protect that water line all the way here. But then it just opens up a lot of fiber for other possibilities in economic development. So at some point, I'd like to get an update on how that whole project is going with Anacortes. I haven't heard about that in a while, but I'll pause there. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councilor Servadius. Mayor Pro Tem Munz.
Thank you, Mayor. I also agree with the other council members trying to help the people that live here, but it's kind of a tricky thing to be the good guy, but also making sure we've got the right documentation. I'm sure that legal would come up with how to vet customers. I'm sure that the utility department now probably can look through and find the statistics of who's needed help, who we haven't been able to help with. I know we've always kind of had a quiet way of helping citizens that end up in a rock and a hard place. But council ultimately is the one that approves the money that is to be spent. Mr. Goldman, have you assigned bars to this account that we will be putting money into yet?
I've assigned the bars for the money that we received, but I haven't assigned any bars to any money to be spent because I need to wait for the city council to provide me with direction.
Okay. I just want to be sure that all our T's are crossed and I's are, so that we can be sure to pass the audit that would be coming up. And yeah, that's it. Thanks.
Sure.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilor Mack, did you?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. One last question, Mr. Goldman. If we venture into some areas such as public health and safety, and there's plenty of documentation to follow this and has been for our first responders, can some of this money be earmarked, or does this money have to be spent within a certain time frame, or could it be put out in front, whether it's 1, 2, or 3 years for a project or for equipment?
Well, the money has to be allocated by the end of 2024 and spent by the end of 2026.
By 26?
It has to be spent by 26, but you have to allocate it to a project by the end of 24.
And as long as we're documented that we need this equipment or facility and that kind of thing, we would be fine.
As well, if you can, it depends on how much money we're able to capture under the revenue loss category.
Right.
Because that's the most flexible. So for example, we received $3.3 million this year in the first tranche. If I'm just throwing out a number because the definition that they're going to do is going to change. But let's say 1 million of the 3.3 is allowed to be utilized under that particular category. That means the remaining $2.3 million is more specific. It has to fall within the remaining 4 categories. So it all depends on how much money we can capture in the most flexible area.
Okay, I understand. Thank you, sir.
Sure.
Okay, seeing no other hands up, then thank you, Mr. Goldman. More to come on that, and we'll certainly take that suggestion about getting a council group of the councilors together and be back looking for some volunteer time. Thank you. We'll move on then to our next section, which is Legal Department, Ordinance number 1929, Electronic Signature Policy. And for that, we have our City Attorney, Grant Weed. Welcome, Grant. Welcome back.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, Council, and any members of the public that might be on. Sarah Heller is going to help me with a short PowerPoint I have. And so if she can put that up on the screen. First of all, this subject and my item is no doubt slightly more mundane than the Harborview Park discussion, and probably also the $6 million+ associated with the American Rescue Plan Act, but nevertheless important. What we wanted to present to you this afternoon is Ordinance 1929, which, if adopted, would put in place the ability to have electronic signature and remote notarization policy for the city. Next slide. Thank you, Sarah. So in prior years, prior to 2020, there was a state law in Washington that authorized municipalities to utilize electronic signatures in the conduct of their business. And that statute became more or less out of date with the current state of the law, which during 2020, the legislature adopted the Uniform Electronics Transactions Act through ESSB 6028. And that statute allows municipalities to continue to determine on their own, and to the extent to which the local city or town would send and accept electronic signatures in the conduct of its business. When the legislature adopted the Uniform Electronics Transaction Act, it essentially mirrors and is the counterpart of a federal law that goes back to the Clinton era in around 2000 that adopted electronic signature policy at the federal level. So now in Washington State, we have that same ability since our legislature acted in 2020. Electronic signatures and remote notarization provides convenience, saves time, and is an efficient way to do business. If the city is going to go into that area, it will need to adopt an ordinance and associated policy, which is important to have clear rules about how electronic signatures and notarization works. There are an increasing number of public entities that have adopted e-signature and notarization policies. Some pre-existed COVID, and there have been more, an increasing number over the past 15 or 16 months since we've been working through COVID, and so many more people are working remotely. A few of the cities, certainly not all inclusive number of cities, but a few of the cities that have adopted similar policies are Mount Lake Terrace, City of Vancouver, Linwood, Duval, and I know there are others. If the city wants to adopt this type of policy, what it will do is put in place reasonable assurance that when documents are signed, they have the same integrity and authenticity and non-repudiation validity as a wet signature document. And so if we go down this path, we want to be sure we have clear policy in place. And that policy is attached to your ordinance and should be in your packet. One of the questions that comes up is with regard to the notary component, and Section 6 of your policy addresses that. And what's required if we're going to do electronic notary are two basic things. First, an electronic notary endorsement, and second, a remote online notary authority. There's a separate state law that has a whole set of requirements for notaries that perform the service in an electronic way. And notaries that are authorized to provide electronic notary have to be commissioned by the director of the Department of Licensing. So there's a process that you have to go through to have authority to notarize in that way, and principally to put in place all of the same guarantees and assurances as a in-person wet signature notary process. So, you know, the use of electronic signatures will lessen administrative demands. It should save time in certain instances, create efficiencies, and will allow those who work remotely to work more efficiency in the case of signing documents. I think more so than ever, the use of this process and technology has been proven during COVID. I know more and more of my public clients send documents to me electronically for signature, and I can review and sign off as a lawyer on things like contracts, ordinances, resolutions, and so forth in an efficient way, and get the turnaround that's desired back to the client. Next slide, Sarah. If you do opt to adopt this ordinance, the ordinance itself will be codified in Title I of your municipal code, and rather than load your code up with a lot of policy, the policy itself would be made available to the public at the office of the city clerk. It could also be posted on the city's website so people could have access to it. And the reason that I was recommending that we do this by ordinance that's codified is so we can make sure that the public and the business partners of the city are aware that we've formalized it, and that it's comfortable using this type of technology for the execution of documents. As I was preparing for the presentation today and going through one last time the ordinance and the policy, I noted two slight revisions that ought to be made before this comes to you at your July 13th council meeting for action. First, in the ordinance, subsection 020, there's a list of who are authorized to execute documents through e-signatures, and inadvertently the reference to the mayor, it was not in that section of the ordinance, and it should be. Sorry, Mayor. Easy to correct. The second revision is in the policy itself, section 4.4. Inadvertently, the city council was omitted from that section, and it should be added to those list of people who can sign electronically, and I apologize for that, council. So if you wish to have this come forward at your next council meeting, those corrections would be made to the ordinance and the policy. So with that, I think that that concludes my presentation, and if there are questions, I'd be glad to answer them.
Thank you, Mayor Pro.
Thank you, Mayor. Grant, could you put that last slide back up, please?
Sarah, can you go back to that last slide, please?
If you look at the third line down, it says municipal code and the policy will made available to the public. Should it be will be made to available?
Yes, that is correct. Good catch. Yeah, they would be made available to the public.
I think it's a great idea, and I am glad that legal has taken time to look at every aspect of this and compare to other cities so that we're not just jumping in and making one e-signature, but we've really looked at the vision and the big picture of all of this. And so thank you very much. And whoever else from staff helped with this, I appreciate it, sir.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Anyone else got any input? Questions? Okay, seeing none, we will thank you for that, Grant. We will move on to our next section, Public Works. And A is sewer line repair construction agreement update. And for that, we've got our operations manager, Steve Beebe. Steve? There you are.
Hey, good afternoon.
Hi there.
So I don't know that you're all aware, but we did a sewer line repair on Northeast 8th, and I'm going to bring up some a slide program for you. Give me a second. Okay. Can everybody see that okay? Okay, so on June 9th, we started on a sewer line repair that was on Northeast 8th sewer line repair. And we discovered that back in December. So what I'd like to do is kind of show you a quick video of the sewer line that we used to find. I'm going to fast forward it to the point where the problem was. So what you're looking at is the sewer line. We are headed to the west. And this is on Northeast 8th between Midway Boulevard and O'Leary Street. Forward a little faster. 143 feet, where are you at? Okay, it should be coming right up on us here. Here we go. So as you can see up here that the sewer main has got a major break in it and it's starting to collapse at the top of the sewer line here. And we have, it's basically vulnerable all the way around the pipe. It's crushed over here on the left side of the pipe. It's got several breaks all through it. And this lasted for approximately 20 feet. And what makes this line so difficult is that it's roughly 10 feet deep. And so the city does not have the equipment. It would require an excavator that could reach down 10 feet. It would also require shoring, which is our major task that we have, is getting shoring that we don't have to allow for trench safety. I'm going to speed that up a little bit so you can see it. We do a little bit more documentation than what you probably want to see. And what we found on this sewer line after we started digging on it on June 9th is that we had several large boulders. This line was put in probably back in, I don't know, I would say the early 60s on Northeast 8th. And what we found when we excavated to the top of the pipe here is there were several large boulders. I'm talking about 1.5 feet by 3 feet long boulders that were on top of this pipe. And I got some pictures of it, but it's kind of hard to make out what in the next couple slides coming up. This is probably more than what you want to see before dinner. And we got rocks. This is a little further down to 74 feet where the line is. We got rocks starting to fall into the pipe here. And then we went ahead and went a little bit further and we replaced the 2 service connections that are even a little further than this. But that gives you a good shot of how this pipe is actually eroding. It's very thin walled pipe. Where you're seeing there is the concrete is starting to show signs of failure.
Steve, what is the diameter of that pipe?
That's an 8-inch line. And this is the service connections that we went ahead and replaced too, because what we're trying to do is, and I'm going to be coming forward to council here in the next couple months, is that we are going to be doing some slip lining in this area. And what has caused this pipe to become so corroded and basically thin walled is that we have a lift station that's on the end of Northeast 9th. And what it does is it pumps sewage on there. Whenever you hold sewer in a lift station for a period of time, you can see the cracks on this thing here start. So that's why we included the 2 side service connections, and it's basically faulty all through here. So So let me get back to what I was kind of saying there. So we have a sewer lift station that's on the end of Northeast 9th. And when it holds sewage for a period of time, what it does is that turns septic. And then so when the pump does kick on, it runs the sewer down the lines. And what it is it creates hydrogen sulfide within the line. And that over a period of time is starting to erode this line. And so we will be coming to council back forward we're going to do some slip lining of probably the whole sewer lines on Northeast 8th and 9th and 10th. We're showing a lot of this type of pipe where it's starting to show definite thinness of the walls of the pipe. And I would like to get it repaired before we get to the point where we're at right now. So as you can see on the left side of this picture over here, we have the shoring is in place. We have the excavators on site and they have the Vector and dump trucks, and this is the shoring that protects the employees while they go down in there and do the repairs. Now this right here is one of the boulders that's on top of the sewer main as it is. So we're right underneath the vacuum of the Vector. We saw the pipe and this is the boulder. So it was sitting right on top. And the only thing we can think is over a period of time, as rocks, as you see them in your yard, they seem to surface. They also go downward too and create problems for us. So the complexity of this project was, for one, there's a water line right here, which required 2 of the shoring pieces that I showed you that are 10 feet deep. You just can't, and then you can see down here is the new line that we put in that connects the service connection. So the city typically can do these type of repairs, but with the complexity of the water line, the renting of 2 shoring, the excavators and all that, and the amount of employees that it takes to do this project, we didn't feel that we had the people to do this type of project. And there on the right side, you can see that's the new main in place. With both shoring in place. I do have another, I do have the bill if you would like to see that, but the project on this sewer line cost the city $27,166.37. So if you have any questions from there, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Steve. I don't see any questions at this point. I think you were pretty thorough there. So thanks for that update.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on to item B, which is rowing on Whidbey facility use agreement. Parks Operation Manager John Crawford. will introduce, and I think he's got some rowing on Whidbey members here also. So I'm going to turn it over to Don.
All righty. Thank you very much. Before I turn the time over to our visitors, I just want to show a quick PowerPoint of helps kind of figure out where our as of this moment where our recommendations are. So let me share my screen here, and we'll go from there. A second. Oops, that's not it. I apologize. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. So,
yeah.
All right, thank you. So I was approached about looking into where we could accommodate rowing on Whidbey. And I think it's really kind of two different conversations. I think that what they're proposing is first class additional recreational programming for all age groups in the community. So we'll let them focus on that. And so what my task was to do was to find some recommendations that had more positives than negatives. We're not going to make any recommendations today for the city council meeting, but this is informational because you really can't answer this question until you get to the last item on the agenda for today. But just moving forward, I looked at the Windjammer Park as a location where rowing on Whidbey could host and hold their watercraft when they were in storage. And so in looking at the Windjammer Park, in the original plan, it showed on the far west side of the park that there was originally a maintenance building that was supposed to be for the Parks Department, and that was value engineered out, but the site is still there. And so looking at that and where it's at and in relation to the boat launch, we looked at that. So and I apologize for the crudeness of my maps, but these are what I had at the time. So if you look over on the far, where my cursor is, this is where it is on the map. There on the far southwest side. So this is based on the 100% design submittals for Windjammer Park. If you look at it, you'll see that this is what is there now. There was supposed to be a building back here. Again, it was value engineered out, but the space is still there. It is only about 260 feet from the existing boat ramp, so it's relatively close in proximity. It is not, it is out of the way, and we believe that by following some basic cosmetic features in what they do for temporary facilities, that it would blend in real well. Approximate dimensions of the space is 40 by 90. Area to be enclosed by 8-foot wood fence, staining the same color as the existing park structures to help blend it in. 4-inch gravel base on top of the fabric to create an all-weather surface, and temporary storage structure with roof and wall colors to complement existing structures. So there is an existing curb that would need to be modified, not structurally, but take out some of the landscaping, replace, you could move those shrubs to another area. So we essentially recycle them and put in rock in there so that would create an ingress egress for to get into their site. Again, this is an area that has more positives than negatives. I don't want to get into too many particulars because on this last item, the Angel de la Crividad, you need to make some decisions that will directly impact this. But so if you can divorce one from the other, is there any questions about this site before I turn the time over to the Rowing on Whidbey folks?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Mr. Crawford, they will pay for all these costs.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
They will
I
pay
made
for
that.
they will pay for the altering of the curb, for moving of the plants. They're going to pay for the whole shebang. How much is that going to cost about, do you figure? Just roughly, not exact, just roughly.
Between $5,000 and $15,000, depending upon how they go about doing it.
Okay, I'll just go 15,000 to be sure. I think your 5's going to be low. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilor Heisen.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't want to get too far into the weeds, but my first question is about security. What's the plan there? And I mean, maybe we can let Roe finish their presentation, but that's my first concern is if they're going to be storing anything there, how will we keep it safe? Thank you.
So they, in my conversations with them, and they will speak to this a little bit, they will put in a camera for their site. We also are in the process of upgrading our cameras. We're going through the bidding process with that. Mrs. Sandra Place is working on that, and we have cameras on the kitchen that's across the driveway. So there's some additional security there. That's what we talked about, an 8-foot fence, basically keeping the honest people honest. I'm not sure beyond that what we can do, but I hope that basically answers your question.
Thank you.
Councilor Wiesner.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for that presentation, Don. You know, my concerns, I think, are going to be consistent with the concerns I have with anything we're doing down at Windjammer Park, and the fact that we're still working on that next phase plan, right? And we don't have it, and without that, I mean, we're just piecemealing something that we've been working on so long and so hard to get to where we've gotten. You know, and of course I have to trade that off with, you know, what these folks are doing is such a great, cool thing, right? I mean, it's you know, it's what's living in a waterfront community is all about, right? Having stuff like this going on, and it's what our waterfront is meant for, and all that. And gosh, you know, if we had that plan in front of us, right, that next phase plan, I'd you know, not be so apprehensive. So with that said, I guess my concern is restoration, right? What happens after this is no longer a needed entity? You know, you know, is it up to the city to do the restoration, or are they putting the park back to the condition it was prior?
Very, very good questions. I can answer the second one by saying that, you know, in our use agreement, we'd have to make accommodation for that. You know, our city attorney could certainly make sure that we were covered that way. As far as the master park plan, I know we're working on that right now and that whole process. And so I was only given the task of figuring out where it could go. Totally understanding would be a whole lot easier for everybody if we had that plan and said, okay, well, this is where additional programming could go. So, you know, we've looked at the marina at some great length, and there are in the eyes of several of the members of staff, there's almost as many negatives as there are positives. It is doable, but we don't think it's going to be long-term really successful because of congestion and some other things. And I would not step on Chris Sublet's toes at all by trying to get into the details on that. But this particular spot was the best place I could come up with at the time being. So again, we're not going to make any recommendations today. It's just informational, and I wanted to make sure Rowing on Whidbey could give you their presentation, because I believe, quite honestly, you know, what they're doing is a righteous intent, and we want to support that, and we just need to figure out logistics of how do we support it, you know, with the physical facilities.
Yeah, and I agree with you that we're probably dealing with the lesser of the two evils. You know, we're right now obviously in the process of looking at a, you know, major moving forward plan for our marina also, right? We're getting ready to purchase a you know, we're working on purchasing some area around there, and you know, we don't know what that's going to look like, right? And so and that area obviously is more congested than the area we're talking about. And I would agree on the surface that it looks as though the area you've picked is a small area that's kind of enclosed, that it really can't be used for anything other than something small like that. But again, I guess that's the concern I'm just going to voice. It's the consistent concern I have with our crown jewel down at the park, that we you know, move forward with that project smartly and efficiently, and not be finding ourselves backed into making decisions because we've put things in the wrong spot. But I appreciate your time on it, Don. Thanks.
All right, thank you.
Councilor
I'm sorry.
Servatius? Looks like we got another question here, Councilor Servatius.
Well, I guess not one question, and then I'd like Rowing on Whidbey to do their presentation, because I got a chance to see this month at the Parks Board meeting. But did you say, Mr. Crawford, 40 by 90 feet is the structure?
No, it's not the structure. It would just be the fenced in enclosure, and that's an approximate.
Okay. I'll hold. I'd like them to go ahead. I have some fairly strong thoughts on this, which I voiced, I think, at the Parks Board meeting, but go ahead and let them do their presentation.
All righty. Okay. All right. So I'm a newbie, so I need some assistance with this. Are they in the waiting room now?
No, they're here.
We're here.
Yeah.
Can I share my screen now?
Yes,
go ahead, CC.
So you can go ahead and introduce yourself at the beginning of the presentation, you and the other guest.
Okay, I am. Oh, go ahead. Don.
I'm sorry, CC. You go ahead. I'm sorry. I missed my chance.
No worries. Thank you all for having us this afternoon and for taking your time and evaluating our proposal. Thank you also to Chris Sublet and Don Crawford for serving as resources on the potential to establish rowing in Oak Harbor. My name is Cece Aguda. I rowed in college, you know, back in the dark ages. And since moving to Oak Harbor in 2016, I've been rowing here. It's been about 4 years back on the water. For most of that time, I commuted 2 to 3 times a week to Seattle to train at Pocock Rowing Center. And as you know, that's quite a commute. And I identify the need for a rowing club on Whidbey, as many of the people I spoke with in town showed that there was an interest in developing one here. Patrick McGovern is here with me today, and he is the Director of Rowing Operations of the Pocock Foundation, and he has been providing professional support for Rowing on Whidbey to help us get going as an organization. We have a 2-part presentation for you. Patrick will talk briefly about the sport in general, and I will talk about the specifics of our proposed plan in Oak Harbor. I'll turn it over to Patrick.
Yeah, thank you very much, Cece. I appreciate that, and appreciate the council and the staff for having us here this afternoon. I apologize for the odd appearance here. I took a header off my bicycle the other day, which resulted in a little bit of a black eye there. So yeah, we can just get right into the presentation about the sport. Cece, go ahead, next slide there. As many of you, I'm sure, have read Boys in the Boat. I'm here to tell you that's as real today as it was in 1936. I manage 3 boathouses that serve about 1,000 people each year. And I hear their stories, and those stories are as true as the boys in the boat. The benefits of rowing are documented. They're well documented, but beneficial to the community as a whole. Over the past 6 months, this group has come together. We've met dozens of people who are excited to be part of this activity, many for the reasons that you see up on your screen there. From having over 40 people attending informational meetings to dozens of phone calls and emails from residents and visitors who are both new to the sport and have experienced it already, want to continue to do so on Oak Harbor. We believe that our strongest proof of concept is the taking hold of the sport west of Puget Sound in Bainbridge Island, Vashon, Port Angeles, and South Kitsap all have rowing programs that have sprung free in the last 10 years. Next. So we know that a rowing club is sustainable when it works with other community organizations. Rowing on Whidbey is very well positioned to partner with the organizations you see here due to relationships the board of directors has already established. And I can say for certain the board of directors is committed to sharing this experience, the power of rowing, with other community organizations in Oak Harbor and on Whidbey Island. Next. I think the rowing, fortunately, one thing that we all know about rowing is that it has a reputation for being only for wealthy or Ivy League types. And as we see, in particular in the Pacific Northwest, that's not an accurate narrative. From Rowing on Whidbey and from my position at the Pocock Foundation, we definitely aim to change that narrative. We're part of a growing movement in the Northwest that believes in rowing as an inclusive sport. And we're all working to ensure that rowing is open to racially and socioeconomically diverse communities. Next. Board of Directors on Whidbey, of Rowing on Whidbey, has worked incredibly hard to get this organization up to speed with industry standards of operational capacity. They've finalized the process of becoming a nonprofit corporation, bylaws, safety procedures, and an operational structure. They've secured philanthropic gifts from private donors. Pending the approval of a lease from the City Council, Rowing on Whidbey will receive a startup grant, $4,000 from the Northwest Rowing Council. From my perspective, my professional experience in the sport over 20 years, the last 8 of them as an administrator of 4 rowing clubs, I vouch for Rowing on Whidbey's ability to run high quality, safe, accessible programs for the community of Oak Harbor, and the Pocock Foundation is committed to supporting that work. Next. So obviously, safety is a concern of all of ours. I want to touch on a few points related to safety. From educating users on our stringent water safety protocols, ensuring our coaches are prepared to address an emergency if one arises. The safety policy of Rowing on Whidbey is that an above industry standard cohesive document set to limit the risks involved in water sports. Next. You think about when these activities happen, and you think about our use of the park. Rowing programs are built to meet the needs of the participants, including the times when they're available. Rowing programs that have both youth and adults in them don't typically train together. Rather, they each take turns using the equipment. Adult programming tends to take place in the morning, youth programming after school. Having both youth and adults in the same organization is very much a matter of sustainability. Shared equipment and resources allow the club to function, making it affordable for as wide a range of people as possible. Thank you for your consideration. I'm going to turn the speaking back over to Cece to talk about the specifics of the mission of the club, the advantages to the proposed location, and the details of equipment storage in Windjammer Park. Cece?
Thanks, Patrick. We believe we have a shared mission with the Oak Harbor Parks Division. Specifically, we share the objectives for programming to provide citizens the opportunities for recreational activities. We have the ability and desire to host events in Oak Harbor, which would bring the rowing community and fans to the city of Oak Harbor to both participate in and view rowing competitions. We also see a strong connection with the shoreline plan to have access to recreational water-based activities. We presented a proposal to the Marina Advisory Council on May 3rd. After some discussion with Chris Sublet, the proposal was to install some racks, metal racks for storage of the boats between the existing propane storage and the fence at Mariners Haven. And we also would have a storage unit at the marina that we could hold our oars, safety equipment, and our dinghy. And we would launch the shells on the south side of the boat ramp, between the boat ramp and the log boom. The Marina Advisory Council had some comments and concerns, which we addressed. They mentioned the width of the marina opening. They had some concern a boat could make it through there. A shell with oars is 24 to 26 feet wide. The opening was measured at 73 feet wide by some of the marina staff. The space between the ramp and the log boom, there was concern there wasn't enough space. An 8-person shell is about 60 feet long. And the space between that we were looking at measured about 125 feet. There were also comments about visibility by exiting motorboats and the rock shore and the muddy substrate at low tide. Those are just some of the things brought up by the Marina Advisory Council. During these discussion, the potential arose to look at Windjammer Park near the boat ramp. So we looked at that area after discussions on site with some park staff, and we presented this proposal on June 14th to the park board. And you can see I just kind of sketched in the grassy area, and the white lines are the length of a 8-person shell approximately. And then the purple line would just be a tentative path for launching a boat down off the boat ramp. And that's about where the 260 feet came from. That's a very easy number. That's one of the shortest distances for a lot of the rowing clubs around the country to carry their boats to launch. After discussion, the park board voted to recommend this proposal to the city council. So here we are today. Some of the positive things about the Windjammer location is the visibility to the community. This would be important for getting more interest and more people involved. Proximity to the high school for easy access. The youth could jog there for practice. The substrate here at all but the lowest tides is sandy and firm. You can see us standing out there doing some coaching. That was last weekend. And the wide shallow beach allows us to do that and walk back and forth with somebody on the end of a rope and teach them how to scull. It also has a proximity to the kitchen area that the club could rent for non-water training or for meetings. And the boat ramp here is not very congested, and it's largely used by non-motorized vessels. The width of the beach also allows that we could have several boats getting ready to launch at once, and so nobody would be taking off by themselves without the coach's launch accompanying them. The traffic pattern pretty much at either location would be close to the shore. All traffic would stay out of the marked channel, and for the larger boats, a coach's launch, which we have, would be required to accompany from launching and return for safety. The facilities, we have racks and sheds that we would use to store the boats. 8-foot fence, as Don mentioned, that would be stained to match the existing kitchen. And then a camera, as also noted. So that's what some of our boats look like. We would also propose a weather station that we would install at our cost. And as long as there's Wi-Fi there, which I think is coming, it would be accessible by the public. And also the camera could be tied to the weather station so people could see what the water looks like down there at the beach. I was talking to somebody today who said that that would be great. Somebody who kayaks out there all the time. The racks that we would be using are donated to Rowing on Whidbey from the George Pocock Rowing Foundation. They're currently down at Renton Rowing Center. And speaking of donations, we've had donations of boats from Whatcom Rowing Association, from the Pocock Rowing Foundation, and from Station L Rowing in Portland. And that is our presentation.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Servadius.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, CC and Patrick and Mr. Crawford for your presentation. So I'll just reiterate, I got a peek at this earlier this month, I guess, as the liaison to the Oak Harbor Parks Board. It was the first time I'd heard about it. I want to say up front that I am very supportive of the Rowing on Whidbey program in its genesis. I want to see this thing take off. However, having said that, I do have a fair amount of reluctancy, really just to giving up that kind of a footprint down at Windjammer specifically. And I said this in the Parks Board meeting, to be completely transparent. I've said it before here, but I'm going to bring it up on the next subject matter. And I don't think the two are mutually exclusive, but on the next agenda item, I think there's a solution possibly here for the community with the Angel of Creativity statue. And so those two aren't exclusive as far as this location. I think they might be able to work together. But when I look at a 40 by 90 foot fenced area for any organization in our, granted it's off the side, but it's our city park. And so if, you know, Whidbey Soccer or, you know, the soccer clubs or whomever, the football league or the Frisbee club, or let's say the kite people don't want to carry their kites back and forth, can they just get an 8 by 10 storage unit? At some point, we need to keep the activities grouped where they probably belong. And to me, that's the marina. And I know that after talking to the Parks Board, or I'm sorry, talking to somebody on Rowing on Whidbey, that the preferred location was down there next to Mariners Haven. And it seems like it was only after some positive concerned and negative comments from the Marine Advisory Committee that they switched gears. And it never made it to the council's purview. And like any of our committees, whether it's Parks Board, Marine Advisory Committee, Arts Commission, those are their advisory committees. And so I'd like to spend some time on this. I know this meeting's going to run long or it's running long already, but to kind of work through the pros and cons as to what was presented. The concerns I heard for the marina was possible congestion, the number of slips, 300 and some slips, I think the harbor master said. And yet I watch our youth sailors work their way out of there, non-motorized, non-powered, at least 4 days a week in small boats. Granted, they might have some more vertical visibility than a shell would, but maybe a shell goes out like a bicycle with an orange flag off the front of it that's retracted once it's out of past the breakwater there. So I think there's some options there. Once again, I'm very supportive and very excited to see this program get kicked off, but I am very reluctant to give up that much space, a fenced area, et cetera, in our park. I just want to spend more time on that. Thank you.
I'm going to make a respond to your comment there in that this is not uncommon in a marquee park in a city to have a rowing program, right? We look at programs in, I think CC mentioned programs in Bellingham and in Bloedel Donovan, obviously 2 marquee city parks in the city of Seattle, Lake Stevens, Everett, all right. It's a partnership between civic and private entities to utilize the park for water access, which again, it's not uncommon, I guess, is my point there. So,
And if you'd like me to share a little information from the Marine Advisory Committee, I can. If
Go ahead, Chris.
You do that. I'm going to share my screen. I have a photo of the marina. I have lots of photos of the marina, actually. So Mr. Servadius is correct. The first place that we targeted, it's kind of hard to see in this little picture here, but right where my cursor is pointed, here's the boat ramp. These are the fuel tanks, and this is the Mariners Haven fence. There is some space right here, and that's where we had originally targeted. Their storage shed is over in this area here. And on paper looked pretty good, but the more that we dove into it and the more the Marine Advisory Committee dove into it, there were some concerns that they brought up. Number one, this area here is a rock bank where I'm pointing, and it's, I'm just guessing 3-4 feet tall. It's all riprap, rock and stuff. So to launch the boats, they would have to carry them. They couldn't just go right into the water. They'd have to carry them around, get on the boat ramp, step over the curb, come over here to the beach, and then launch them. It's not their desire to launch them on the cement, and the ramp float would not work for them either. So it'd be a beach launch. So the committee was kind of concerned with the safety issue of all of this stuff they'd have to step over and get into. And then this area here, Cece said in her presentation, the difference between here and Windjammer is this substrate right here is extremely soupy and muddy. I've had the opportunity to walk in that during low tide to work on this log boom here. And it'll literally pull your rubber boots off you if you're not careful. You got to be really careful. This is almost quicksand type stuff by nature. So that was concern number one, was the actual ability for them to launch the boats in this area, not on the ramp, and again, not using the float. And the second concern was that all of these slips in this picture, the way the marina is built, all of these slips, and this is my worst nightmare. There's not a boat in this picture. I don't know how they do this, but they take them all out for Google Earth. All of those slips exit out of these fairways at the end of each dock, and then exit out this area here, which is approximately 73 feet wide. There was concern that with the low profile of the boats, that this could be kind of dangerous in the sense that these boaters are coming and going, and now you have these super low profile boats rowing this way. They'd be extremely hard to see, and they'd be extremely hard to see right in this area here, especially this time of the year where we've got the bright sun setting in the west. So a boat heading out that's blinded by the sun with one of the rowboats coming in would be really hard to see. And Mr. Servetus is absolutely correct. We have not had any issues with youth sailing coming in and out here. And I would contest that that is because they have the big sail on them and their freeboard is much higher. And that could be said as well about the Dragon Boat Club too, that their boats are even higher profile, and with the blue and bright colors on them, they're much easier to see. So really, those were the two main concerns from the Marine Advisory Committee. Could they launch, truthfully? Would it work out? Would it be safe? And then the safety of all of these boats, and roughly 300 and some boats this time of year, heading out this one entrance and heading back in this one entrance, how safe would that be? And that's what led to other options and ultimately Windjammer Park. And that was the whole discussion on it, basically. They supported the program. They think it's awesome and something that the city should definitely look into hosting and supporting. It was just the safety concerns of this traffic area here that they were really worried about. I'd be happy to answer questions on that.
Okay, thank you, Chris. Let me see. Any other questions? I'm not seeing any at this
Hey,
point.
Mayor, this is Erica Wassinger. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, hi. So I wanted to say that, it's funny, I actually referenced Boys in the Boat at lunch today with my family. It's one of my all-time favorite books. So I 100%, I am so excited about this program, the opportunity for our city. I wholeheartedly support, any of these clubs, activities for our residents. And I think it would be awesome to have, anywhere down there, the marina or the park, in the right place. My question is, in the park, I know because I live kind of around the bend from the harbor there, and the tide can get really far out. So you know, would you have to time the tides, or how would you get all the boats out? You know, when you're having to walk, gosh, it's sometimes a football field out there to the water. That was my question.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Wassinger.
Um,
So how about extreme low tide?
yeah. Can I address that question?
Yes, please.
So I launched at the harbor a lot down there at the boat ramp. In fact, I was out there this morning. And so I've looked at when I can launch there safely. And if I do launch, if the tide is going out, at what time do I need to be back so that I don't have to walk through the muck. And so that is actually written into our safety plan so that just like if it's foggy, you don't go out if there's fog. And if the tide is really low and we're unable to get the boats out at the time when we would usually row, we would do a land training at that time. Fortunately for us, tides aren't out all day long. They are cyclical by nature. And so it'd be a matter of waiting a number of hours and that the tide would come back in. So we've kind of built that into our operating procedures, and would be noting in our safety plan at what tide level is safe to launch and at what tide level you would need to be back in order to get the boats out.
Thank you so much. Yes, I'm so thankful to have your ideas and a program like this presented to us. So, you know, I hope just matter of logistics and working and trying to find the right spot, but it's definitely something that I get super excited about. Any program that benefits kids and gets them excited for a new sport, just like the sailing, just like youth sailing. It's just awesome to have, and I really, really appreciate you guys and coming to us, and hopefully we can, you know, find a positive solution, find a way to make this work. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Watsinger. Mayor Pro Tem.
Takes a while to unmute. Thank you both very, very much. This is exciting. Have witnessed some of the rowing. My husband's brother rowed at the Naval Academy, and they came out here and won Windermere one year. So I'm familiar with this stuff. What I am concerned about, though, is the space dedicated to a club that is small and has a lot of opportunity, but to obligate that much space when all the other sports, you drag it in, you drag it out. Rent, are you going to be able to pay the rent? I know we haven't even talked about that. I know how much youth sailing has, and it's a 20-year program, and it started small, and you know, one storage shed led to 3, and now they have their own, the loft, a building that I'm sure you saw in the back corner, and also worked with the Navy. So we're obligating something so large on a piece of land, and we worked so hard, we had to give up our RV park in order to have grass so that could be used for a lot of variety of stuff. It would be exciting, you know, for you to expand to have a high school rowing team. I know in Seattle or Bainbridge or Mercer Island, you know, they have rowing in their high school as a team. We now have sailing in our high school as a team, and they're doing very, very well. So it is exciting. I want to get to yes, but that just sticks because we haven't finished the other phases to the park, phase 2 and phase 3. We have an idea. The amphitheater around the lagoon is very exciting and really want that for us. And so there's got to be a way to get to yes, you know, whether it be before you constructed this big camera, all this stuff, rent some spaces. I know it's parking spaces, but figure out where we could do that and see how are the numbers coming? How is the interest coming? You still get the visibility. You can still go down. Someone who lives in town talked about you really kind of need some ways a, not a dock, but you know, it's only about six inches or well to be able to use to get on and off the boat easily. I took pictures at low tide there, and you're right, there's a lot of shell part, but then it gets mucky. You know, security, I'm not as worried about that because there's hundreds of thousands of dollars of boats over at the marina and they're not secured. I mean, you know, so that's not, so I just, I want to be sure that it's sustainable before we put this much money into it, and that we don't, well, we're not donating, we rent you the space. So you kind of see where we're coming from. We worked hard for that park, went through a lot of grief to get rid of some old trees and plant it with new native stuff. And I just, do you have an income, even though you're nonprofit, to be able to pay the rent? I mean, we haven't even gotten to that part. And I'll say just high side 15,000 to get this built and stuff. I mean, I know nonprofits fight tooth and nail to get every dime and penny they have. So that's just where I'm coming from. There's a lot of opportunity, but you don't have the youth on board yet. You don't have, you know, there's a way to get to yes. I'm not sure we're there yet, and I think we need some more talking. But thank you. It's a wonderful presentation, excellently done. Really appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments. Yeah, I think you hit on a lot of points that are very present in sort of the birth and the growth of a nonprofit community athletic program. I think, as you mentioned, the parallels with the youth sailing program that sort of develops. I think you've also touched on a few items that are very present in all youth sports right now, which is that question of the pay-to-play model and what is truly accessible. So I think at this point we would request again, request a very maybe a tentative zero-cost lease, so that so that we're not charging our participants $200 or $300 a month to participate. And it's very much in the model of again accessibility and something that truly everybody can participate in. We also see, I think CC mentioned a number of times, the partnership with the Parks Division. We also see, we see in fact, in a couple of the facilities that I manage, we see offering programs through the Parks Department, again, for the benefit of the community. So there's a lot of partnerships there that could be, again, work to, again, I think like you mentioned, use the park for multiple purposes, including something that is very unique, uniquely requiring water access there. So
CC, I'll let you close it up here.
Thank you. Regarding the youth, we did speak to the high school in Oak Harbor a couple of years ago, though we need to revisit with the new staff. But at the time, they were very receptive to running a program where the youth could participate in rowing as not as a high school varsity sport or anything like that, but as a club sport. And that is kind of the primary mission, is to get the youth involved. There are so many scholarship opportunities for high schoolers as they go to college, not only here in Washington, but across the country. And the youth here on Whidbey and Coupeville and Oak Harbor, in order for them to get the rowing experience that would be good for them to get a scholarship to one of these universities, they have to travel, to Everett or Seattle. And I know that's a long ways. So by providing this here, we hope to get the high school involved. And we already have several families who have expressed an interest and who are just kind of waiting until we can get their youth on the water. So regarding the youth, we have reached out, and the only reason we don't have them out on the water is because we have to get these boats to the water. And also, to answer the question about taking them back and forth to the beach, the boats are 40 to 60 feet long. And typically when they're stored close to the water, they're stored with their riggers on. In order to transport them on a trailer, you take the rigging off. And so if they were stored somewhere at a distance that was farther than walking, we would need to drive them to the beach and then rig them and launch them and then unrig them and bring them back, which kind of adds probably about an hour or so to every excursion. And I think that answered your questions, youth, and yeah, I think that was it.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, CC, and thank you, Patrick, for your time here. Very good presentation, and I think we need to get on to our next and last item on our agenda at this point. Under engineering, we have the Angel Creativity Sculpture update. And before I turn it to Gideon, I'd like to want to take a moment to thank the Arts Commission, the Park Board, the city staff, and our legal consultants. I want to also thank City Council and the community based on the number of responses we received to the survey. Obviously, the community has a strong interest in this project. Councilor Mack did talk about a survey, and at the May 18th meeting, talked about the survey, including a question about residency, and I think staff was merely trying to do that with this survey. I know some are frustrated, have definitely displayed their frustration about that, and we're sorry for that. But the council and the staff and the Arts Commission should be focused on the urgency that we have that initially got started with this project, this particular piece of or this particular sculpture, and we did have other sculptures that the art department and the staff were working on that we put this in front of. So hopefully after Gideon talks about this, I'm going to actually come back to council and ask for some clear direction on where we go before our July 13th meeting. So hopefully I can pose some questions and ask for some answers, and we'll be more clear on where you would like us to go. So with that, I'm going to turn it to Gideon at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's good to see everybody. I feel like it's been a while since it's been everybody here. All right. Just getting the PowerPoint. There we go. So yeah, an update on the Angel de la Creatividad. Can you see everything all right? Good. Okay. So a little bit of background. At the City Council meeting on May 18th, City Council requested staff to develop a survey or community poll regarding the Angel de la Creatividad sculpture, specifically gaining information from utility ratepayers, as well as asking for addresses. In addition to developing a survey, a new location was also discussed, as was mentioned, the same location for the row of Whidbey. But there was no direction regarding approval for the Arts Commission or the Parks Board for that new location. The Angel still needs to be formally accepted or rejected by City Council, which I believe that might be what the mayor was alluding to. The staff developed the survey, which began obtaining answers June 2nd, and the survey ran until June 16th. This was about 8 business days after the July 18th meeting. Packets are due June 17th for the June 30th council meeting. So Sabrina Combs did a great job getting all the information together and helping me with my PowerPoint, like always. So as some of you know, that some folks in the community, especially the Arts Commission and also Sculpture Northwest, was not very happy with the survey. So I had grabbed a book on qualitative research, something from grad school. There's no such thing as a perfect survey or questionnaire. So I found some strengths to surveys. This is surveys in general, not just this one. But what's great about surveys is they provide insight to relevant social trends, processes, and interpretations. They're cost effective, so they allow you to gather information over a large area, over a large group of people. They're also extremely flexible, meaning that you can combine data from other surveys and put them together. There's also weaknesses to surveys as well, that you're getting qualitative research and you're classifying it as quantitative responses. So kind of making that switch from maybe colors to numbers can cause some problems when you're doing analysis. The appearance of quantitative responses could be used to draw generalizations. So again, changing those short answer essay questions into multiple choice. And I guess what describes it better is closing what should be open-ended questions. So again, it applies to all surveys and questionnaires, not just this one. Again, the timeline. In order to meet the June 17th timeline, input was received by staff, legal counsel, the city administration for edits. Routing the survey to the Arts Commission, Park Board, each council member would have delayed the survey by months. It was really done through staff consensus, which is fancy word for teamwork. So we worked as a team on it. I was busy with field work and whatnot. I really like to stay in my lane, and Sabrina Combs really took the lead on this, did a great job. The lesson I had learned, and I believe the mayor was kind of alluding to this, is that we need to broaden our timelines. When things are rushed through, it could cause issues. That's of course one of the reasons the Arts Commission and also Sculpture Northwest are really not happy with the survey. So the survey questions, I'm going to go through these relatively quickly because we'll go over the answers as well. The answers are also in your agenda packet. So first one, and they are in order as they were in the survey. Are you a City of Oak Harbor resident? Yes or no? Confirm you're a resident by providing your street address as well as your name. Do you want City Council to approve the gift to receive the statue for the City of Oak Harbor? What location do you prefer for the placement of the statue? And this was a multiple choice question. Do you have any additional questions or concerns about the sculpture? The Angel de la Creatividad sculpture is currently painted red. In order for an engineer to inspect the welds, it will need to be sandblasted and repainted. What color would you prefer? Again, this was a multiple choice question. So for the resident question, 86.84% were residents, 13.16% were non-residents. One of the issues I had with this is that it was a leading question. So when it said prove your residency, people were confused by that. So I distributed it to about 6 people. 4 people said, I don't live in Oak Harbor. There's also an erosion to anonymity. So it's kind of like writing your name on your ballot. You write on the envelope. Essentially, people, when they do surveys, they like some level of anonymity. The big question, do you want City Council to approve the gift to receive the statue for the City of Oak Harbor? Yes, 26.18%, no, 70.66%, and about 3%, no opinion, don't care. So about 70% negative. What location do you prefer for the placement of the statue? So giving a multiple choice here, looks like Windjammer was the preferred location, other than most people voted no at 66.58%, no because they object. This was kind of a devil's advocate question, meaning that you're creating controversy where there isn't any because the Park Board already made a determination of location of it. So if it ends up going, if everyone voted, say, Flintstone Park, ends up going in Windjammer, now we've got another controversy. Do you have any additional questions or concerns about the sculpture? This was, I forgot. This was also multiple choice question. Future maintenance was close, but most of the people went on with other, and they really used that space. So it's a fill in the blank to talk about their opinion about the sculpture, why the city doesn't want it, and whatnot. The Angel de la Creatividad sculpture is currently painted red. In order for an engineer to inspect the welds, it needs to be sandblasted and repainted. What color do you prefer? And looks like not applicable because I do not support it. And then again, with other, a lot of people use that blank to say why they oppose the sculpture. And then a fair amount voted for red. This was also a devil's advocate question because the original color was not one of the options. Additionally, we really don't know if we could change the color of the sculpture yet. So what the survey does not tell you is that, does the survey correlate with the demographic of Oak Harbor? So what are the age, gender, race of the respondents? The other thing it also doesn't tell you is whether or not they're ratepayers for utilities, which was really the major purpose. This could be an issue with multifamily housing, which is about 25% of our population, according to staff, where the rate is paid for maybe by the property manager, but not by the individuals in the multifamily housing. What the survey does tell us, which I think someone alluded to earlier, is that people really care about this project. About 7% of the voting population responded. That's based on about 9,400 voters during the last school bond. It was predominantly negative responses, which correlates to the Whidbey News Times research, which looked at social media. Speaking of social media, when this was put on our page, it got a lot of reactions. So about just under 16,000 people reacted to us doing this survey. Sabrina, I might need a little guidance on this one. This was one of the slides you'd asked me to add. Ask Parks about the recreation open space plan respondents, or maybe Dawn. I'll give them a second.
The open space plan was prior to my arrival, so it would need to be Sabrina.
Yeah, I didn't, it might have been something with Lisa. Sorry, Gideon. I'm not sure where that's coming from.
Hey, that's all right.
I think it's just as we talking about the Windjammer Phase 2, which was the thought process there.
And I believe that's the next slide. No, it's not. I think it's it might be the one after this, but I do mention Windjammer Phase 2. Council still needs to decide. From the standpoint of project management, I try to be as unbiased as I can. The two questions, shall we do it? So are the benefits we expect to achieve worth the cost we'll have to pay? And can we do it? Is the project technically feasible? Are there required resources available? I'm slowly becoming a project manager through studying on my own. Further information. So when you do a survey, this allows for more in-depth interviews to follow. I was thinking two folks I would love to just sit down with individually would be Councilperson Servadius and Councilperson Mack. You two have had some of the strongest opinions about this project. And then talk to maybe 2 to 4 other folks and just get an idea as far as answering the question, why? You know, why do you feel strongly about this, both positive or negative? Okay, here's the phase 2. Councilman Wiesner had mentioned this as well, where we're kind of need to figure out what the design budget timeline is regarding a prior presentation this evening. Same thing is true with this project. We're still questioning what's going on with phase 2 and how this would potentially fit in. Again, I really want to thank City Council for your time. I really am appreciating this opportunity, as well as city staff who've just been wonderful, amazing resources here at the city, and the Arts Commission and Sculpture Northwest have just done some amazing work. The photograph right there, that is actually a picture of Tau, which was installed about 2 weeks ago, and that's at the Scenic Heights Trailhead. So go up there and check it out if you get a chance. So questions for discussion. So it sounds like it might be a July 14th meeting. 13th. All right, 7/13. Yeah, whether or not, you know, council action, you know, we've got the draft resolution, and we also have the professional service agreement as well. That have actually, it seems like both parties agree to. Here's what I cited as well, and that's it. Any question? I'll stop sharing. Yeah.
Thank you, Gideon. As you well know, Council, we don't have staff specifically assigned to the Arts Commission. They are an advisory body. Gideon has been our staff person that has been supporting them and attending their meetings. So thank you, Gideon, for that and for your time. So hopefully tonight I can get some answers, or staff can get some answers from each counselor here about do you want the city to proceed with receiving the sculpture as a gift? Yes or no? And then if yes, do you have a preferred site, color? And did you want to discuss this more as the Windjammer Phase 2? Maybe we should fast forward that. It sounds like we should, based on the last two conversations we've been having. So I'm gonna, with that, turn back to council, and I see Councilor Servetus.
Thank you. Hopefully my iPad is holding up here. It just gave me a low battery warning.
Uh-oh.
So a couple of things. As always, appreciate everyone's involvement and staff time working on this. It's kind of interesting. I want to reiterate, I think Mr. Mack is getting credit for a survey that he didn't necessarily recommend or request, nor did council. If you go back and look, I think Mr. Kaufman, you somehow said something about a survey. Councilmember Mack, and I think even I chimed in and said, you know, hey, a survey is always good. We love input from the public. But there was never, whenever I give instruction to staff, I try and make it very clear and I make it a motion. I move to blah, 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 blah. And so that way it's very clear. And I think back of all the times, you know, that we went back and looked at, are we screen sharing something here? Hello?
It looks like a transcript regarding the Angel survey.
Yeah, sorry. So here I made a transcript because there was so much question. As I said this, council did give direction on that. So this is what was said verbatim.
Okay, super, thank you.
Yeah.
So I guess I think back like to the times that Councilmember Heisen asked for cameras in the parks and to have those discussions brought up. You know, I made reference to an alternate location. And I appreciate all of the excitement and activity that went into the survey. However, that's, I guess, where my compliments have to stop, because I went out and I looked at, so there's 5 yes votes. Based on your survey, there's 5 yes votes in the Servatius household. I started to take the survey and I stopped because it was so labor intensive. I tried to have a neutral lens on, and it was so difficult to dive down and get to get the information, right? It was very difficult. I think Sue Carr-Hollis said something about a trail of missteps or something. I don't know if that's totally accurate, but I was surprised, knowing what I know and as much as I'd seen being on the Parks Board as liaison, how much information was not immediately available and synthesized. And so, well, once again, I appreciate the expediency with which the survey was created. I think of all the times that council says something like, well, I'd like to see this, or what about that? And really, and this is a recommendation to my peers, I've always had the practice of when I really want to see something to come to fruition, I put it in the form of a motion, and that's the way I'll continue to operate. So it's very clear when that instruction is, you know, highly desired, not just a thought. So coming back to the Facebook thing, I've said this before on camera and I'll say it again. To me, Facebook and social media in general, I kind of describe it as the bathroom wall of the world. You can put just about anything out there. A lot of times you don't even have to be yourself. You can have an anonymous name or an alias, and it's just really easy to throw those comments out there. And so I think about also reviews, product reviews. If I'm looking to buy something and the reviews are mostly positive, it's probably a very solid product. But it's very easy to throw negative stuff out there. It's not necessarily, you know, if someone has a good experience, they just assume that, hey, it was a good experience, I'll let it go. If someone has a bad experience, they tell 10 people and they tell 10 other people to tell 10 people, and they all want to post it on Facebook. So I don't know that that's, well, it is a metric. I don't know if it's the most viable metric for a survey. We have already talked about this fairly in depth. And I guess we have a couple of committees this went through, right? We have the Parks Board and we have the Arts Commission. And both of those groups are comprised of individuals appointed by the mayor and confirmed by council. Once again, that is a representation of our community that is appointed by the mayor and confirmed by the council. And so both of those organizations were recommended after multiple meetings to recommend acceptance and placement of this sculpture. And so as council, we too represent a cross-section of our community, right? We don't all have to get along, and we don't always get along, and that's a good thing. That's a very good thing. And so, you know, to me, it's been kind of interesting to watch how I think polarizing and maybe even politicized this statue has become. I know when our city administrator came here, he was all on board about art. And one of Mr. Oborn, one of your, I think, tenants was economic development. And you started off with a sculpture park. And all I heard about at the chamber was what an economic driver art was. And we could go back and roll the tapes. What an economic driver art is, and sculpture parks. And, you know, that didn't happen for whatever reason there next to the chamber with the school district. But I'm not sure what the change has been with regards to art and economic development. To me, it's, you know, it's something that not everyone's going to like. They're not going to like every sculpture, but this is one that I once again, I think has become overly polarized and overly politicized for no necessary reason. What I'd like to do, can someone bring up a Google map, please? I don't know if I'll be able to write on it with my pen, but I'm going to try. If we could zoom in on that location, if is that you that's going to share, Gideon?
Yeah, sure, I can do that. Let's see here. There we go. Folks, yeah, okay?
Not yet, but maybe it's just a lag.
Oops, there we go. How about now? A little better.
Oh, you're going with the high-tech version.
Where are we heading to, sir?
Just right in there with the rowing down that corner that I'd suggested before, the Cascade Water Trail corner.
All right.
I don't know if I can tap on this on, usually when it's shared, maybe it's something you have to turn on. I can actually mark up on the screen, but let me just, I'm tapping on my screen here.
I think you have to be made a co-host, council member.
Okay. I'm zooming in. Did that automatically zoom your screen, or is that just me?
No.
Hey, can I make him a co-host, Sabrina?
No, it's whoever's operating the meeting. I'm not a co-host either, sorry.
That's all right.
Done.
Want me to
Oh, you did it. Blaine did it. Blaine.
He's a co-host.
So
now,
typically there's tools to share. I'm not sure, or to annotate. I'm not sure why they're not coming up. At any rate, Gideon, can you zoom right in on where the park shed was going to be, please? You know, I think this is the ultimate example personally. And it's funny that you mentioned Councilmember Mack and myself, because I was going to invite him to start a windmill committee with me. And I'm still going to do that before the day is done. But, you know, we're elected to take all this information. We have advisory committees, Marine Advisory Committee, Parks Board, Arts Commission, Planning Commission. They distill this information, they make recommendations to council. Council is elected to then make a decision. And, you know, it's campaign season. I could do what's politically safe and all of that, but I've always said if the job changes me, I'm out. And so I think this is an interesting opportunity to work through. We've obviously had people that have said, we don't like this thing. And we've had plenty of people that say, I do like this thing. So how do you find a compromise? How do you work together to accomplish an end that's positive? I go back and I look at originally over by the boat launch area where we originally targeted. And now I don't feel good about that spot. I just think it would be too bold, too standalone-ish, just wouldn't really work over there. But one day, and I mentioned it a month or so ago, I was wandering and I was on the other side and we parked there to walk on the beach with my family. And I just turned around and looked behind me, and right kind of where that black dot is there on the grass. I mean, I'm picturing somewhere in there, Directly to the north of that, there are 3 large ginkgo trees that have been planted. So directly where those, if your hand goes north, get into the edge of the grass, just right there, there's 3 large ginkgo trees. Now a ginkgo tree, when it gets big, they're beautiful, 30, 50 feet. I mean, they can get bigger, but I think that's about the average height. To me, this is a very interesting and acceptable and appropriate place for that sculpture. You wouldn't notice it as you enter the park as those trees mature. You wouldn't even see it there. You'd almost have to know that it was there or that you wanted to go to that location to find it. So you'd have to come around the corner and then you could access or see the statue. So I'm going to propose before this is over, and I said this at the Parks Board meeting earlier this month, I'm intrigued by rowing on Whidbey. I didn't want to exclude them, but I'm going to move, Mayor, you want instruction, I'm going to move for council to accept the sculpture and select this as a location because I think it's a very suitable spot. It's completely out of the way. It's clear over on the side of the park, and as those trees mature around that periphery, you'd hardly even notice it was there unless you really wanted to go there. So I will pause and let my peers, I mean, we did receive some other commentary that I'll probably address at another meeting that was very disturbing about our Arts Commission chair not being involved in that last meeting. I want to address some of that stuff. But the only other thing I wanted to say is it's funny that Mr. Kaufman brought up a slide with Councilmember Mack and myself. I'd be happy to sit down. I respect Councilmember Mack very much and to work through, we've heard lots about a windmill. And I know a while back, Councilmember Mack proposed some pretty cool ideas for some technologically, what do you want to call it? More innovative ideas for maybe even a more modern windmill. So Mr. Mack, if you're open, I would love to join you in the infancy of putting together a windmill committee as we design phase 2, or maybe over in the ball fields, if that was to become a sculpture park. But I'll stop right there before I make any motions to let my peers comment. Thank you.
Yeah, I see Councilor Eisen.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm reminiscing on the, oh gosh, is it 9 years of council now? And when it comes to public art, we could probably go piece by piece through town, and the sentiment would probably be the same. It seems like anytime we want to introduce a piece of public art, a bunch of people love it, and a bunch of people really vocally hate it, whether it's the Sweet Little Mermaid or the Kraken or the leaves or whatever. It really doesn't matter what it is. So I'm not shocked that the results of, I think like Ms. Kingsbury said in her email that, Facebook is it's been proven to be a predominantly negative platform. So I'm not shocked at the results that, a predominantly negative platform had predominantly negative results about a piece of public art. Not surprised at all. The actual content and the rationale is what I'm interested in. So, when we hear things like, well, we want a windmill, or it doesn't reflect Dutch heritage specifically for, I think, okay, well, that has nothing to do with this particular piece. So, if something is constructive and it's relevant, then I think that can be taken into account. If it's, I just don't like it because art is subjective, or I would rather have something else, then that's not especially relevant to this particular project. Things aren't mutually exclusive. So I do still support this project. If it were me, as I originally said, I would put it at Flintstone, and I would probably change the color. But it seems like Windjammer, a lot of people have spent a lot more time looking at this than I have, and Windjammer seems to be the location that they're leaning towards. So, if that ends up being the recommendation, then I'm happy to follow it. But, I think that if we were to put out an online survey about any piece of public art, there would never be any public art, with the exception of maybe the windmill, which is happening anyway, which we've been clear about for forever. I don't know, I'm taking it with a grain of salt, and I appreciate Councilmember Servatius's comments, and I appreciate the time that everyone has put into this. It is part of me thinks we're making it harder than it needs to be, but the other part understands that this is a really complicated endeavor. So I don't want to downplay any of that. I think it's worth taking the time to really look into and discuss. And I'm interested to hear what my peers have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Heisen. I'm not seeing any other hands at this point. Hoping that we get, okay, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Art is, besides being creative, which is redundant, it's supposed to make you feel. It can make you feel happy. It can make you feel sad and bring you to tears. It can make you feel hate, and it can make you feel joy. That's the whole point. So you're never going to get a consensus. I like it. I don't like it. I love it. It's awful. Someone said it looked like a can opener. But we are elected, and we're supposed to make decisions not on what we personally want, but for the whole. And I appreciate the survey and the work, but also the other work done by our attorneys on how this can be a gift. And the committee that went down and walked around Windjammer. I remember the discussion about Catalina Park and Flintstone, and those just didn't seem to fly. The color, I would go something other than red. Red is more of a Arizona, New Mexico, San Antonio, but it's going to bring feeling, good or bad. And we need to have a collection. I can remember people hating the stumbling ducks. How can you hate three cute little ducks that, sure, some people might throw, and especially when some mysterious person puts for the first day of school the backpacks on them. It's just, but I'm not going to depend on social media. A survey is a tool, one of many tools. But I'm sorry, elected officials shouldn't take Facebook as a way to make a decision. It just stirs the pot, and I'm not ever sure that people really mean what they say in their comments, because they don't have to prove who they are. Sometimes they don't even have to say who they are. They can put in another name. So I'm sorry. As an elected official, we should not bow to social media. This is an investment for the future. People are going to come and go, and I think we should accept it. It is a wonderful opportunity. There's not many times you get a world-renowned piece. We've gone through so much. I mean, we're ready for the geotech on how to put it. The platform for this isn't going to take up that much room. Not as much room as the trailer for the shells, but I don't want to kick them out of the park either. I just want them to be sure they pay their fair share, that it's a going and thriving entity, that we don't reserve all this space and then in less than a year, nobody's coming to use it. So make it fair for everyone. And I think we need to go for it. Thank you. Thanks, Gideon. And thanks, I correct myself. I liked your transcript, but generally I'm with Mr. Servatius. There's usually a formal vote. Yes, do this. One comment, good idea. Rarely have I seen anything go into mass production so quickly with, oh, that's a good idea. So anyway, it's done. Look at the information, take from it, and use it as one of many tools on deciding. So thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I see I see Councilor Servadius got his hand back up. Anybody else? Oh,
Yes, Mayor, it's Erica Wassinger.
yes.
Oh,
Councilor Wassinger.
okay. Oh, thank you so much. So we as a council paid for a special service that's supposed to vet, I guess, all online platforms, social media, everything. I'm sorry, I can't quite remember what it was called. Forget the survey, the special survey, but Gideon, or I believe that was part of your presentation, but we as a council obviously saw some value in that program software vetting system. So what were the results of just that piece, if you could again for me? Thank you.
Yeah. Hey, Sabrina, sorry to lean on you. The program I believe you're referring to is Zen City.
Correct. That's the tool.
Okay.
And I have
Yes.
we've been providing in the city administrators reports every month, the Zen City reports. I'm more than happy to send those back out to council. They have not been favorable as well, if I recall from the data we saw. But there were several comments mixed around those. But yes, that is the tool.
Thank you. So you can't give me like was it close to a percentage of the other extra survey, or I mean, you said not favorable, like by about how much, if you have that?
I apologize, Councilor Wassinger. I do not have that in front of me. I did not have that as part of tonight's presentation, but I can definitely look that up. We have provided it in the past.
Okay, I appreciate that. Because that, for as much as we want to say that we don't want to listen to Facebook, which I agree with. I don't do a lot on Facebook. I take Facebook, as it is, can be. It's not something that I use to make, a lot of decisions on for myself personally. But I do, we did pay for that. If it's something that we are going to value enough to pay a contract for, I am going to listen to that. And something that you guys saw value in. I'm going to keep this brief. For me, I would vote to not accept this gift. So that would be my recommendation, and I will vote that way when it comes down to it. And that would be my vote, and that's, I guess, what you wanted. So that is the way that I will vote. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Wassinger. Councilor Servadius.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm smiling and I appreciate everyone's comments. I was just actually looking at Facebook. And I would love to do a study. I'm not sure I've commented on Zen City before. Unless you have a human being qualify a comment as positive or negative, I'm not sure how the software does that. If we put a headline out there right now that says city considers new tax, it would blow up with, I'm assuming, 95% negative responses. And I don't know how, it's funny to watch people go back and forth because they then start complaining about the Navy and then there's no Mexican restaurants or there's too many Mexican restaurants and it goes everywhere. And what would be very interesting is if that new tax was we gave back every citizen that makes less than $40,000 a year, their pro bono share of that tax. But we didn't put that tagline in at the end. We just said city considers new tax. Big headline in the Whidbey News Times, big splash on Facebook. People would go nuts. And so I very much appreciated Councilmember Heisen's comments about, let's keep it germane. And it's, we have topics over here, we have windmills over here, we have TBD, we have all these different things we talk about. So at any rate, I'd like to put this to bed one way or another. And so I move to, actually, Julie, I'm going to phrase the Angel de la Creatividad as ADLC. That's the acronym I saw Ms. Carr-Hollis use, so I'll use it. So I'll try and state this as simply as possible and as open-ended as possible as a motion. But I move to instruct staff to place on our July 13th council meeting an agenda item to discuss final placement of ADLC and finalize any documents needed to accept the gift.
So we have a motion. Grant,
Second.
are you with us? We have a motion and a second. Okay, good. A
Yes,
motion.
I am.
I'm just curious, workshop, no advertisement about taking action. Are we all right?
This is a issue, just setting your agenda. So it's the final action would be at your July 13th meeting. So I think you're okay in that regard. It's just a matter to set your agenda for future action.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. Joel, could you read that one more time?
I will, and then I can expand on it ever so slightly, Mayor. I move to instruct staff to place on our July 13th council meeting agenda, council agenda for simplicity, an item to discuss final placement of ADLC and finalize any documents needed to accept the gift.
Sorry to interrupt, Councilman Servadius. Would it be possible to have it be the August 4th meeting? Move that, or a different staff person could present.
It's possible at this point with a motion and a second. It doesn't belong to me. It belongs to the body, and the mayor said he wanted something by the 13th. So I was just acquiescing.
It would be a different staff then.
Okay, so at this point, it's gonna be the 13th, and we'll just. So I'm not sure who's left here to vote.
So Mayor, real quick, if I could just speak to it before we vote. So just once again, based on as staff goes, okay, what do we do now? When I say final placement, my preferred location is that location that I pointed out over there. So staff can prepare an agenda. You're not muted, Beth. Staff can prepare an agenda item with regards to that. And it may need to take longer than that, but that at least gets the discussion moved to our July 13th council meeting, as you asked, Mayor.
Great.
Mayor, quick, what did Gideon say? You won't be there on that date, Gideon? I didn't hear what your comment was, please.
Yeah, it probably won't be there in the afternoon. So I have a conflicting meeting. So,
okay.
And
you would really like to be there to present.
Yes, how involved I've been with this.
Gideon, that would be an evening council meeting?
At 6?
On the 13th. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Does that work for you, Gideon?
It does not, no.
Oh.
But either, I mean, I could do it on that August 4th meeting, works fine. And I've been wanting, I said at the beginning of my presentation about stretching the timeline a little bit, because to get things done by 13th, that means we have to have stuff in by when, 7th? Something like that?
Julie could tell us.
Actually, the deadline for the June 13th meeting is tomorrow.
You mean July?
Excuse me, July 13th meeting is tomorrow.
Yeah. See, that's the kind of timelines that just doesn't, it's just not conducive.
Motion, Mayor Pro Tem? I guess you're the second.
No, Tara Heisen was the second. I was gonna, before we voted, I wanted to offer a friendly amendment. We are missing 2 council members. And if everything had to be in the packet by tomorrow, Mr. Servadius, I would like to be sure that we have everything in there, especially the fact sheet that Richard Nash made for us about what's true, what isn't, size, color, all that kind of stuff. I would make a friendly amendment if I could get a second to do it on August 4th.
Thank you.
So
I'm happy to second that one as well.
Okay.
Quick point of order, Mayor.
Yes.
And I think the amendments are fine. I mean, that's an easy, simple way to adjust it. We're not doing an action item here. I'm asking for something to be put on the agenda, and I don't recall if our rules even require us to vote or if it's just a second. Mr. Weed or Councilmember Heisen, help me out. You're my other right-hand parliamentarian. So we can either vote down the original motion, or Councilmember Muntz has now made an amendment. We could vote on the amendment and then vote on the motion as amended.
Yeah, I was going to recommend certainly that you vote on the amendment first and then vote on the main motion. I honestly don't have the council rules in front of me to know whether or not this requires a motion, but since you have one on the floor, I guess I don't see a downside to following through with that.
All right, thank you.
I think you're right, Councilmember Servatius. If it's just to put something on the agenda, we don't have to vote, but now that we're up to our elbows in a motion, we should probably follow it through.
Okay, so the friendly amendment was to change the date from July 13th to August 4th. And we would vote on that first, right?
Yes.
All those in favor of the friendly amendment to change the dates, please signify by raising your hand. I can't see the hands.
Julie, can you?
Yes, we have four yeses. Councilmember Wassinger, what is your vote?
Respectfully, nay.
Okay, that passes 4-1. And so back to the original motion is now to put it on the calendar for the revised date of August 4th. As the motion reads, all in favor, signify by raising your hand.
We have 3 yes. Councilmember Mack is voting no, and Councilmember Wassinger, what is your vote?
Again, respectfully, nay.
Okay, so that passes 3-2. Okay, that'll be on the agenda for August 4th. And I think that concludes this item. So thank you very much for your patience and your extra time here, over 4 hours for the workshop. Thank you. Now, as we go into our holiday weekend, please be safe. If you are part of a fireworks show or a neighborhood, please be extra safe this year. I think for 5 out of my 6 years so far as mayor, I had another conversation with our chief about fireworks, and I've been asked by several members of the community to cancel the fireworks, and we're not doing that. That takes a year to do that. But I do please beg you to be as safe as you've ever been and have your hose handy. Have a wonderful time. Enjoy the weekend, and thank you. Any other council? Oh, Councilor Servatius, sorry.
Sorry, Mayor. I've got a meeting that I've already moved, but I wanted to make sure on the agenda is still council member comments. So if anyone wanted to speak before you said adjourn.
Yeah. Anybody got anything? Okay, I see our city clerk. No. Seeing no comments, we will adjourn the workshop. Thank you again.